There's a blood-curdling scream rattling inside the ice cream truck, blood on the metal. The child is terrified, and his terror only increases when the hatch opens and a long, fleshy appendage reaches out. For a child, there's nothing quite like the thrill of summer vacation. The long, sun-soaked days of doing cannonballs into the pool, running through sprinklers, riding bikes until the sun sets and the fireflies fill the air with twinkling lights. Coming home with hair stringy from swimming pool chlorine, faces smeared with sunscreen, hands sticky from too many popsicles. Their parents call it a mess. They call it freedom. And if the freedom of summer vacation had one sound, a theme song perhaps, it would be the music of the ice cream truck. That cheerful melody, the siren song summoning every kid with a pocket full of change and a taste for frozen treats. All over the country, children pool their allowance money and spoil their appetites for dinner whenever that special truck rolls into the neighborhood. And this neighborhood is no exception. All of the kids cried and mourned the previous summer when the ice cream truck driver who had served the area for 30 years tragically hung up his hat and retired. They worried that there would be no ice cream truck at all this summer. But wishes do come true, and the first evening of the summer, a music box rendition of Pop Goes the Weasel serenades the neighborhood, signaling the return of the beloved truck. As they gather around, fistfuls of cash in hand, the crowd of kids can't help but notice that this truck is a bit different. There are no colorful pictures of the truck's various offerings emblazoned on the side, no prices either. Most notably, there's no driver, at least not one that they can see. But when the first brave child, a little girl, steps up to the side of the van and asks for a chocolate-dipped cone, a slot opens, and out comes her order. She pays the same price she paid for her ice cream the previous summer, and that's the entirety of the transaction. With the seal broken and the van proven to be a genuine ice cream truck, the other kids line up to place orders of their own. As they do, one small group of boys stands off to the side, speaking in hushed whispers. There's something funny about this new ice cream truck, something they don't quite trust. Why isn't there a driver? Why does it look so unusual? One boy suggests that the truck is haunted, driven by the ghost of a former ice cream man. Another argues that it must be some kind of robot, a self-driving truck with an automated ice cream dispensing system. The third boy insists that there is a driver. He's just hiding, for some reason. There's only one way to know for sure. They'll have to wait until everyone else is gone and try to get a look inside. While the rest of the neighborhood's children are ordering and enjoying their ice cream, the three boys run home to collect supplies for their special investigation. They reconvene in one boy's garage, across the street from where the ice cream truck is, still idling and serving its line of customers. One boy found a firecracker swiped from his older brother. The other grabbed a disposable camera for capturing proof of whatever they discover. The third has procured the most important tool of the mission, a crowbar taken from the toolbox in his father's shed. Now, with all of their equipment assembled, the three boys are ready to uncover the secret of the ice cream truck. They watch from a distance until the only remaining customer has walked away from the truck. The engine revs, and just before the truck can pull away, the boy with the camera runs up to the side. He'll serve as the distraction. He holds up several dollar bills and asks for a deluxe hot fudge sundae. While whatever is inside of the truck is preparing the ice cream, the other two boys sneak around to the side of the van. They take the crowbar and place it in the crack between the doors. They apply as much pressure as possible, but it won't budge. But they're not about to give up now. They take a deep breath, summoning all of their strength, and try again. With a soft pop, the door comes open. The two boys glance at each other, eyes wide with excitement. They did it. Now, time to go inside. Quietly, carefully, they sneak into the shadowy back of the van. Meanwhile, on the other side of the truck, the boy with the camera receives his order and places the cash into the delivery slot. As he waits for his change, he suddenly hears a strange sound, a deep, rumbling growl emanating from within the van. The van begins to shake, and the boy can hear two voices screaming in terror. He recognizes the voices immediately as those of his friends. They must be in trouble. He runs around to the other side just in time to see the horrified face of one of his friends. The boy reaches out for him, trying to escape from whatever is inside of the ice cream truck. But just as their hands almost touch, an unseen force yanks the boy back inside. The door slams closed, and the screams go silent. Where there were previously 3 boys, now there is just one, standing alone, holding an ice cream sundae. The engine rumbles, and the truck drives away, leaving the remaining boy in its dust. His friends are both gone without a trace. But wait, what's that? On the ground, where the truck just was, is a small slip of receipt paper. The boy picks it up and reads the message scrawled on it in messy handwriting. It says, "Please come again, but make sure to follow the rules." On the back, there's a crude drawing of 2 young boys, eyes wide, mouths open in an endless scream. What was meant as an innocent expression of childish curiosity has ended in disaster after these boys unknowingly provoked SCP-1386. SCP-1386 is a white ice cream truck that appears to belong to the Good Humor brand. The truck's physical condition is poor, and unlike other trucks of its kind, it does not feature any images or descriptions of the products that it sells. The van drives itself without a person behind the wheel, and none of its doors or windows open via conventional means. This detail has led the Foundation to conclude that the van is sapient. Like most ice cream trucks, the van plays music, alternating between Pop Goes the Weasel and Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. These songs will play 24 hours a day and alternate every 4 hours. On a few occasions, it has been observed playing a version of Green Sleeves, but as soon as a customer is detected, it will switch to one of the other 2 songs. SCP-1386 has a thin slot in the middle of its driver's side door, which can only be seen when it dispenses an ice cream product after making a sale. After the ice cream has been dispensed, a small slip of receipt paper will slide out with the price written in very sloppy but legible handwriting. Payment is given to the van through the same slot it uses to deliver ice cream. Once it has been paid, the van will simply drive away. The prices and flavors of the ice cream products offered by the van change daily. The van appears to never run out of stock on a given day, no matter how many orders it receives. In order to explore the nature of SCP-1386's products and, let's face it, to indulge in an all-too-rare sweet treat, the SCP Foundation conducted a series of tests. After thoroughly reviewing the official test log, I have assembled some of the most notable entries. On March 30th, 2012, 2 Foundation doctors, referred to in the file by the initials R and D respectively, placed their orders with the ice cream truck. They each requested 1 cookies and cream smoothie, and they received their orders without incident. The receipt was for $4.89, and the bill was swiftly paid. The smoothies were described as pretty good, though one doctor insisted he had had better. On April 1st, 2012, Dr. D placed an order for 1 Neapolitan ice cream sandwich. A few seconds later, the van dispensed an item. However, it did not resemble any ice cream sandwich that he had ever seen. It appeared, instead, to be a meat and cheese sandwich with a slice of tomato. Curious, D took a bite and found that the sandwich was in fact made out of chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry ice cream. It was a sandwich made from Neapolitan ice cream. Shortly after Dr. D tasted the sandwich, the van spat out a receipt. There was no price listed, only a simple message: April Fools. As Dr. D read the message, the van sped away, leaving him bemused, novelty ice cream in hand. The next notable test occurred on April 17, 2012. Dr. F ordered a single peach push pop and promptly received it, along with the receipt that demanded $16.27 for the treat. Dr. F scoffed at what he deemed an absurd price for only 1 push pop, and rather than pay the full cost, he inserted $3.75 worth of quarters into the van. Then he attempted to walk away. Well, the van was having none of it. A slot opened in the door of SCP-1386, approximately 6 feet in height. Then, a large rusted steel trap emerged, grabbing hold of Dr. F and dragging him inside. The slot slammed shut, and the usual ice cream delivery slot began to spew a sludgy pink substance for 5 minutes before driving away. A sample of the substance was taken for analysis, and it was found to be made up of blood, skin tissue, and bone fragments, all of which were a DNA match for Dr. F. After this incident, only D-Class personnel were permitted to interact with SCP-1386. On April 27, 2012, a D-Class ordered a cherry popsicle from the van, adding one request: with nuts. The van waited several seconds, then produced one cherry popsicle, unwrapped, studded with crushed peanuts. The receipt read, $2.20, your nuts. The D-Class chuckled to himself, then paid the van before it sped away without further incident. On April 30th, 2012, the D-Class chosen for testing was a bit more adventurous with his order. He requested a Caesar salad flavor popsicle. After a few moments, the van filled the unusual order, dispensing a popsicle that was off-green in color and was reported to taste like lightly dressed lettuce with a hint of croutons. The cost was $4.56, and there were no complications. On May 4th, 2012, the selected D-Class ordered a dark chocolate fudge pop. The receipt produced read $1.38. The transaction would not be notable if it weren't for the fact that the test subject chose to pay with 2 single-dollar bills. This would make it the first transaction under Foundation observation that required change. After the 2 bills were inserted, SCP-1386 made a sound like a cash register, then produced a small, wrapped package. On the front of the package was a hand-drawn image of various American coins. Once the D-Class had the package in his hands, the van drove away. At Dr. J's instruction, the test subject opened the package. Inside, he found 62 cents in American currency. The coins were analyzed and found to be completely ordinary and completely safe. The D-Class asked if he could keep his change. The request was denied. As the experiments progressed, the test subjects became increasingly creative with their menu choices. On May 10, 2012, the D-Class test subject asked the van for an ice cream Kinder Egg, unsure of exactly what that would be. The treat cost $3.87, and the van promptly dispensed an item that looked very much like an ordinary Kinder Egg, but was made from a coffee ice cream coating and a French vanilla ice cream interior. There was no toy inside, but there was, however, a handwritten note reading, "I owe you one toy." On May 16, 2012, the D-Class requested the following items in order: 1 cherry ice lolly, 1 cherry ice pop, 1 cherry popsicle, and 1 cherry-flavored drink, frozen. After receiving the order, the van began to emit a distressing sound. The test subject described it as a real unnerving sound, like someone skinning a cat in reverse. The sound continued for several seconds before the slot opened and several unwrapped red sticks of ice shot out at a high velocity, landing on the pavement and shattering there. A few moments later, a large styrofoam cup was dispensed containing an unidentified frozen green liquid. The test subject asked the van, "What do I owe you?" But the van gave no response. Instead, it drove away. Pieces of the red ice shards were taken in for analysis and were found to consist of 2 parts water, 1 part red food dye, and 1 part arsenic. The contents of the cup could not be identified, but the substance was observed to have a melting point so high that it could not be thawed by any available means. The cup and the strange green substance therein have been held for further examination. Personally, I find it unlikely that any of its secrets will be uncovered. It is uncertain what might have driven the van to act up in this manner, but it is my theory that the combination of 3 different synonyms for popsicle in the same order caused the van to become confused, then distressed, and then angry. As for the unmeltable substance in the cup, well, I certainly wouldn't drink it. For the next experiment, the research team decided to test a new procedure when it came to placing ice cream orders. The selected D-Class was a mute, but able to write. Rather than speaking their desired purchase aloud, they ordered a vanilla cone in chocolate via a message written using a pencil and paper. Then, they raised the paper toward the van, holding it in the spot where the dispensing slot normally appeared. After 1 full minute had passed, a slot opened, 3 inches lower than the usual one. Next, something emerged from the slot, a thin, flesh-colored appendage which grabbed the paper and slid back into the van and out of sight, closing the slot behind it. A few moments later, the usual slot opened and the ice cream was dispensed. The receipt followed, asking for 97 cents in exchange for the treat. The price was paid without further incident, and the D-Class test subject was interviewed. They responded in sign language, their hands trembling in fear as they recounted the experience. The transcription of their statement is as follows. It was a hand, not human, 2 fingers and a thumb. It was bony like a dead body, and it smelled. It smelled dead. They refused to eat the ice cream they had ordered, explaining that they had lost their appetite. Naturally, this development piqued the research team's curiosity, and they were eager to explore the nature of this hand further. On May 30th, 2012, personnel D5 was selected for testing and ordered to repeat the same steps when placing their order. It should be noted that D5 was not mute. I attribute any changes in the experimental result to this factor, but that's just my opinion. D5 wrote down his ice cream of choice and handed it to the van. Again, the lower slot opened and the flesh-colored appendage emerged. The ice cream cost 86 cents and the bill was paid without any trouble. As he ate his ice cream, D5 was questioned about the appendage he had seen. He was far more nonchalant about it than his predecessor had been, stating, "I don't see what they were getting all worked up about. It's just a hand, you know? There's probably just some guy in there handing out ice cream. Sure, it's weird, but what here isn't?" On June 4th, 2012, the same experiment was repeated again. Personnel D2, who was also not mute, wrote down his request for a banana sundae with hot fudge and handed it to the van. Again, the second slot opened and the fleshy hand emerged to take the order. D2 had nothing notable to say about the transaction, with one exception. He insisted that there had to be a person inside the van, explaining, "There's got to be somebody in there. I could swear I heard somebody cough like they had a cold or something." The researcher conducting the interview brought up the subject of the hand, and D2 shrugged. "Look," he said, "it's just not that big of a deal, just a hand. Got all 5 fingers, looked healthy, certainly not dead or whatever. B's just lost it. Never trusted that guy much anyway." B, in this case, referred to the mute D-class from the previous test. There is one more date in the test log, but rather than an experiment, it catalogs a development that I find deeply troubling. On June 6, 2012, personnel D7, the aforementioned mute test subject, was found dead in their holding block at 7:40. The time of death was determined to be approximately 4:30. They did not share a cell with anyone else, and there were no signs of forced entry. However, the cause of death was strangulation, complete with light bruising on the neck. This is speculation, but I am willing to bet you the cost of a deluxe banana split that, if examined closely, those bruises would match a hand with only 2 fingers and a thumb. SCP-1386 is kept in an evacuated 4-block neighborhood surrounded by a 10-meter-high reinforced concrete containment wall. This area is located 8 kilometers from the nearest inhabited neighborhood. In the aftermath of some unfortunate incidents, the containment procedures were updated to include constant surveillance. Additionally, the area may only be approached by D-Class personnel. Any individual that does approach SCP-1386 within a 3-meter radius must put on the appearance of happiness. For example, smiling or laughing regardless of one's current emotional state has proven to be effective. If the subject is approached by someone that does not appear to be happy, it will growl, refusing to engage positively until the individual appears friendly. If a member of Foundation personnel is going to make contact with SCP-1386, they are strongly advised to have at least $20 USD on hand, and where the entity can see it. If SCP-1386 is approached by someone that does not have a currency available, a siren will begin to emit from its undercarriage for the next 24 hours, at a frequency that causes bleeding of the inner ear. So far, all attempts to silence this siren have been unsuccessful. Once the siren has started, SCP-1386 will refuse to move until the 24-hour period is up. Any attempts to interact with SCP-1386 while the siren is active will increase the intensity and volume of the sound. As with any anomaly that I research, I find myself inclined to speculate a bit on the nature of SCP-1386. A self-driving ice cream van that only wants to hand out frozen treats to anyone willing to pay for them sounds more like the subject of a children's book than a standard SCP Foundation anomaly. But of course, as we've seen, it is not quite as cheerful as it first appears. Whatever consciousness is inside of SCP-1386, it does not appreciate being mocked or toyed with. It has no tolerance for anyone behaving in a manner that it does not approve of, and will punish that behavior accordingly. and God forbid you order an ice cream and then refuse to eat it. Though it could be that the refusal to eat the ice cream is not what doomed that unfortunate D-Class. Perhaps it was that they simply saw too much, knew too much. Maybe getting a proper look at that arm is what sentenced them to death alone in their cell. Perhaps it's best that the identity of the thing inside the van remain a secret. After all, if we learned too much, I can almost guarantee that we would all scream for ice cream. The house is small, but cozy. When the realtor showed it to her, she couldn't help but notice all the flaws: the chipped paint on the doorframe, the missing shingles on the roof, the cracks along the kitchen walls, even the dented old mailbox out front. But even with all those imperfections, she can't help but feel this little house is calling to her. It's where she's meant to be. This will be a home for her. The woman knows, deep in her heart, that this is what she needs to start over. It's not easy. As she moves her things into the new house, she can't help but think about her failed relationship. Every piece of furniture, every knick-knack, reminds her of her old girlfriend. She unloads a heavy box from the back of her car, but she trips over the curb as she turns toward the house. She falls, and the contents of the box spill all over the sidewalk. They're old photo albums. She quickly shoves them back into the box, doing her best to avoid looking at them. But one photo, an old vacation snapshot of her and her girlfriend visiting Niagara Falls, catches her eye as it falls out of an album. She bites her lip and wills herself not to tear up as she pushes it back into the box. How can two people who were once so close grow so far apart? The rest of the day passes in a haze. There's lots to do, what with arranging the furniture and calling up all the utilities. By the end of the day, she's exhausted and thankful to fall into bed. As she gradually drifts off to sleep, she muses on her situation. Today was the hardest day, she tells herself. Every day is only going to get easier from here on out. Time heals all wounds. The next day, she rises early. The sun is shining, birds are chirping. As she walks into her new kitchen to brew a pot of coffee, she's overcome with a sudden surge of good feelings. This house has so much potential. She could learn to live here. She could find a new love here. The world is her oyster, and she's ready for anything. Yes, she tells herself, all I needed was a good night's sleep. Now, she feels totally revitalized. A little while later, she hears the mail truck arrive and depart. Looking out the window, she sees that the delivery person has shoved the little aluminum flag into the upright position, indicating that she has mail. She ties her bathrobe around her waist and, still cradling a mug of steaming coffee in her hands, walks to that battered black mailbox at the end of the walkway. That's the first thing that ought to go, she mumbles to herself as she imagines all her plans to redecorate the house. Maybe she'll get one of those fun mailboxes that come in the shape of a wacky animal or a birdhouse. Something different, something eye-catching. Her old girlfriend never let her do anything fun. She pulls open the mailbox and pulls out a stack of envelopes. Still thinking about the possibilities for a new mailbox, she quickly shuffles through the letters, scanning the return addresses with little interest. It's mostly junk mail. That's no surprise. She just moved in, so most of her friends don't know her new address yet. But there's one letter at the bottom of the pile that has no return address. That's weird, she says. It's probably just more junk mail. She knows that some advertisers don't leave return addresses as a way to pique a recipient's interest and trick them into reading their sales pitches. Nevertheless, she's intrigued enough to tear it open. To her surprise, inside is a handwritten letter. "Hello," says the letter. "I couldn't help but notice you today. I'm really excited to see a new face in the neighborhood. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Maybe we could meet later? See ya." The woman blinks in confusion. This must be a welcome letter from one of her new neighbors, but since it's not signed, she really has no way of knowing which one. It's a little odd, but, well, she's sure that the letter writer must have had good intentions. She pushes the red aluminum flag back into its reclining position, folds the mysterious letter under her arm with her other mail, and retreats back into her new house. Imagine her surprise when, the next day, she finds another letter in her mailbox. "Hi again," it says. "I saw that you read my letter yesterday. I'm so glad. I was afraid that you wouldn't like me, but now I see that we're going to be great friends. Maybe you'd like to get coffee together sometime? XOXO. P.S. I really like you." Okay, now this is getting a little pushy. That first letter was friendly, if a little awkward, but this one almost sounds like someone is trying to solicit her for a date. she's in no mood for that. Even if she wasn't still hurting from her breakup, she didn't know this mysterious letter writer. Where did they get the nerve to ask her out? Angrily, she crumples up the new letter and throws it directly into the trash. She looks across the hedge, peering into the neighbors' yards. In the yard to her left, a middle-aged man pushes a lawnmower across the grass. In the yard to her right, 2 old women are gossiping at the fence. She feels suddenly exposed as she realizes that the letters could be coming from anyone in the neighborhood. She hopes that maybe if she ignores it, the message will be clear. She quickly scurries back into her house and slams the door shut. The next morning, she finds another message from her secret admirer together with her other mail. The tone of the letter is more desperate, more wheedling. "I saw you throw away my letter yesterday," it says. "Why did you do that? Don't you like me? I really thought we would make a great couple. Maybe if you gave me a chance, I could make you so much happier than your ex." The woman doesn't read any farther. She throws the letter to the ground. This is going too far. It was bad enough that a stranger was hitting on her, but now she knows that her secret admirer is a stalker too. How else would they know that she threw away their previous letter unless they were watching her as she picked up her mail? And, even more disturbing, how could they possibly know that she had troubles with her ex? She stalks over to the house next door and pounds on the door. When the middle-aged man answers, she confronts him with a letter. "Did you write this? What's your problem?" she demands as she shoves the paper in his face. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm not interested. I want you to keep away from me." "I don't know what you're talking about," protests the man, holding up his hands in surrender. I didn't write anything." The woman doesn't know if she believes him, but she has to admit that the middle-aged man sounds genuinely confused by her accusations. Maybe he's not the culprit. But when she confronts the neighbor living to the other side, she hears a similar story. "Are you sending me these letters because they're actually really creepy? I don't like people watching me," says the woman as she confronts her other neighbor. The old woman just shakes her head. "Mercy me, I didn't send you a letter. Why would I do that? I could just come over and talk to you. I don't know why you youngsters are always making up stories about weird letters." The young woman wonders about the old woman's final words when she's eating dinner alone in her kitchen later that night. The way that she complained about young people always making up stories about weird letters makes her wonder if this has happened before. Could it be that other young women have lived in this house before her? And were they victims of the same stalker? But who could this stalker be? It's got to be someone close. She can just feel it. At that moment, she looks up from her meal and gasps in surprise. There, right outside her window, is the black mailbox. It's hovering right at the edge of the window, as if it's shyly peeking in, like a bashful caller afraid of being seen. The young woman blinks and rubs her eyes. When she looks again, the mailbox is gone. She rushes to the door and throws it open. The mailbox is right there, standing at the curb at the end of the footpath, just as it's always been. Are her eyes playing tricks on her? Is the stress of her breakup and the mysterious stalker finally getting to her? The next day, she finds another letter. Her stalker is getting even more unhinged, and the messages are becoming downright crazy. The next day, she finds not just one letter in her mailbox, but 2. Both messages sound absolutely deranged. Her stalker, and at this point there's no doubt in her mind that a stalker is responsible for these letters, has resorted to threats. "Why don't you like me? You better change your attitude if you know what's good for you. You think you're too good for me? What does your ex have that I don't? Maybe you need a real man to really show you the ropes." She crushes the letters in her hands, her face flushing with a combination of fear and rage. Who does this person think that they are? She can't take this pressure much longer. She's ready to report these letters to the police, but she still has no idea who's stalking her. Or does she? She can't help but think about that strange incident the previous night, when she thought that she saw the mailbox standing right outside the window. But that's crazy, isn't it? Her mailbox can't be stalking her, can it? If she tries to tell anyone that her mailbox is sending her threatening messages, everyone is just going to think that she's crazy. But soon, things start to get worse, escalating in ways that force the woman to confront that possibility. That night, she's in her kitchen fixing dinner. She turns from the stove to grab some condiments from the pantry. That's when she sees it. The mailbox. It's not outside this time, it's in the next room. It's standing partially hidden behind the door, again as if it's trying not to be seen. She drops her work and rushes out into the living room, hoping to catch the mailbox in the act. But it's gone. She runs to the window and, once again, sees the mailbox standing at the end of the walkway in the exact same spot that it should be. She's certain that she can't be imagining these things, but at the same time, what other explanation could there be? She barely gets any sleep that night, tossing and turning with unpleasant dreams. Several times she startles awake, sitting bolt upright in bed, half convinced that the sinister mailbox might even be in the same room with her, watching her as she sleeps. The next day, the exhausted woman rises early from restless dreams and sits on the front porch, waiting for the mail truck to arrive. When the familiar U.S. Postal Service vehicle pulls up to the curb, she stalks over and confronts the mailman. "Come on, hand it over," she demands. "It's my mail, give it to me." She's too flustered by this whole absurd scenario to bother being polite, and the mailman is in no mood to argue. This woman looks positively insane, he thinks. Her hair is disheveled, her eyes are ringed with heavy black circles, and she looks like she hasn't had a decent night's sleep in weeks. He has to deal with all kinds of crazy customers every day, and he knows better than to push his luck. He shoves the bundle of letters into her arms and jumps back into his truck. The woman quickly shuffles through the stack of letters, scanning the return addresses and throwing each envelope to the ground behind her when she's satisfied that it's not from her stalker. Just as she thought, none of these letters match the description of the blank envelopes that her stalker uses for his messages. She pulls open the mailbox and looks inside. To her horror, there's already a letter inside. She grabs it and feels the blood drain from her face as she looks at the blank envelope. It's another message from her stalker. Now she knows that he's sending the letters through the mail, but how did he get this letter into the mailbox without her seeing him? She woke up so early this morning, even before the sun was up, and she's been watching the mailbox for hours. It doesn't make sense that any of her neighbors could have planted this message without her knowing, but the only other possible explanation is that the mailbox itself is somehow writing these letters. She stares at the black aluminum box, the dark, dented metal suddenly taking on a sinister aspect in the early morning sunlight. Maybe she really is going insane. Maybe she just misses her ex-girlfriend so much that she's imagining all this madness and just projecting her fear of being alone onto this mailbox. No, she doesn't believe that at all. She's going to put a stop to this, once and for all. The woman jogs into her garage and returns several moments later with a shovel. She doesn't know whether she's hallucinating or not, but she's had just about enough of this stupid mailbox. She wants it out of her life. Even if it's not stalking her, even if this is all in her mind, it's clear that there's something off about this mailbox, something that's putting her ill at ease. She starts to shovel dirt away from the base of the mailbox post, grunting and sweating with the exertion of her work, but not stopping until the post is loose. She grabs at the thick wooden post and hoists the mailbox, post and all, out of its pit. She drags it across the lawn to her driveway, where, with considerable effort, she manages to shove it into the back seat of her car, ripping the upholstery of the seats and spilling wet dirt all over the floor. She doesn't care about the damage to her car. She just needs to get rid of this mailbox. A chill runs down her spine at the thought of taking a long car ride with that thing behind her. She doesn't trust it at all, and the idea of turning her back on it, well, she doesn't know what kind of danger she'll be in. As she climbs into the driver's seat, she adjusts the rearview mirror so that she can keep an eye on the mailbox for the whole trip. To her immense relief, it doesn't move once on the whole car ride, even though her nervous eyes keep flicking to the rearview mirror to assuage her fears. She finally arrives at her destination, the city dump. She pulls up to the front gate and honks her horn until the custodian comes out of the guardhouse. She motions for him to remove the mailbox from her back seat, and the panicked expression on her face tells him that he should be quick about it. He's barely pulled the mailbox clear the door when the woman peels away, skidding along the curb and gunning the engine to drive away from the dump and the abandoned mailbox as fast as possible. After a few minutes on the road, she starts to calm down. She breathes a deep sigh of relief, a new sense of calm finally settling over her now that she's removed that awful mailbox from her life. She adjusts the rearview mirror to look at her reflection, wincing at the sight of her haggard eyes and blotchy skin. The stress of the last few days must have been really getting to her, but now she feels like she can finally move on with her life. She manages a tense chuckle at the memory. The whole idea that her mailbox was stalking her seems increasingly absurd the further she drives from the dump, but she can't help but feel much better. But when she turns the corner to arrive at her home street, she sees something that she cannot believe. Her eyes bulge from her head, and her fingers tighten around the steering wheel, her knuckles going white. It can't be. The mailbox is back. The same black aluminum box and wooden post. Of course, after all she's been through, she would recognize it anywhere. It's still there, in her front yard, at the end of the walkway. But she's certain that she just dropped it off the dump, right? There's no way that she could have imagined digging up the mailbox and lugging it all the way to the junkyard. Could it be possible that the mailbox somehow followed her home? Could it be that desperate for her attention and companionship? The woman doesn't say a word. She keeps driving, passing her new home without stopping. She can't deal with this anymore. She glances at the rearview mirror, one last look at the cozy little house where she thought that she could start a new life. But she can't live like this. She keeps driving, and she doesn't look back. On the corner, the mailbox stands still and silent, as if it had never moved and never will. Dealing with a stalker can be a frightening and dangerous situation, but it can be even worse when your stalker isn't even human. That woman never had to see the mailbox again after she left the property, but the SCP Foundation is very familiar with this dangerously obsessive romantic, which it calls SCP-1269. SCP-1269 looks like a perfectly ordinary mailbox situated in front of a perfectly ordinary house somewhere in Massachusetts. It is made of black aluminum, possessing a red flag and a white plastic post. It stands at 1/3 of a meter tall, and the house number of the corresponding property is printed on its side. It is unknown how long SCP-1269 has resided at the property, although dents and bruises on the mailbox chassis indicate that it's probably been there for some time. SCP-1269 remains a perfectly ordinary mailbox when its corresponding house is unoccupied or else occupied by a male resident. But when a woman aged 23 years old or older takes up residence on the property, SCP-1269 will start to manifest its anomalous properties. About 2 weeks after the woman moves into the house, SCP-1269 will start to manifest unaddressed romantic letters targeted towards the resident of the house. Surveillance within SCP-1269 has shown that the letters manifest approximately 3 seconds after mail delivery. SCP-1269's anomalous properties will manifest only when a single female, 23 years or older, hereafter referred to as the occupant, resides within the same property as SCP-1269. Approximately 2 weeks after the occupant moves in, SCP-1269 will start to manifest unaddressed letters every 4 days. The contents of the letter are romantic in nature and are targeted towards the occupant of the house. Surveillance within SCP-1269 has shown the letters manifest approximately 3 seconds after the occupant's mail has been delivered. At first, letters will manifest once every 4 days, but SCP-1269 will quickly escalate its obsessive behavior to the point that multiple letters will appear daily. The letters will become more obsessive and less coherent as SCP-1269's stalking behavior intensifies. When not under direct supervision of the house occupant, SCP-1269 will teleport to a location near the occupant and face them as if it's trying to watch them. It will always manifest in an area where it is partially obstructed, such as peeking through a window or behind some shower curtains. Sometimes, when the resident is asleep, SCP-1269 will teleport near the occupant without obstruction. SCP-1269 will not follow the occupant off the property, and all anomalous properties will cease manifesting if the occupant moves out of the house. Attempts to remove SCP-1269 from its location have so far been unsuccessful. SCP-1269 will teleport to its original curbside location after 1 hour of relocation. If attempts are made to replace SCP-1269 with a new mailbox, the mailbox will be teleported away with SCP-1269 appearing in its place. Approximately 3 hours after the disappearance of the new mailbox, it will reappear in a dumpster several kilometers away. Mailboxes recovered so far have all been found in varying amounts of disrepair, within garbage bags and covered in obscene graffiti, as if SCP-1269 has become violently jealous of any other mailbox it sees as trying to replace it. SCP-1269 has also shown similar violent jealousy toward humans that it might believe are vying for the affection of any woman living in its house. In a recent experiment, a D-Class male was moved onto the property with the then-current test occupant, a D-Class female, after 7 weeks of residence. Interestingly, SCP-1269 ceased its teleporting activity in response to this male presence, but 3 days later, the D-Class male disappeared from the property, causing SCP-1269 to resume all anomalous behavior. 2 weeks later, the body of the missing D-Class male was discovered in the same dumpster where SCP-1269 had previously disposed of rival mailboxes. The property where SCP-1269 is located is to remain under the custody of the Foundation, with one male researcher residing in the house to monitor the behavior of SCP-1269. Because of the dangerous lengths to which it will go to attain the current object of its affection, SCP-1269 has been designated with Object Class Euclid. It's our job to make sure it doesn't menace anyone else. Air travel used to be an event. People climbed aboard planes in their best dress, their finest suit, sat in seats with plenty of legroom, and really relished the opportunity to soar through the sky from destination to destination. Now, flying has become, ironically, pedestrian. Sure, some people still take it seriously and revel in the miracle of flight, but most treat it the same as riding a Greyhound bus. For the businessman, with his carefully packed carry-on and phone loaded with news podcasts to pass the time, that is exactly how it feels. Flying is a chore, one he wishes he didn't have to deal with. But sadly, he has no choice. Not if he wants to keep being the most valuable employee at his job, the one who never says no to a request from the boss. He's garnered a reputation as a real team player, which really means guy who's up for anything the company requests, no matter how boring, annoying, or exhausting. It's gotten him pretty far, and now that he's up for a promotion that would double his salary, he's certainly not going to give up the habit now. So here he is, stepping out of his taxi at the international airport, ready to hop on the longest flight of his life, 20 hours, non-stop, to Australia for a conference. No one else wanted to deal with the jet lag, the leg cramps, the claustrophobia. So, of course, the helpful-to-a-fault businessman volunteered. He rolls his small suitcase, precisely measured to meet the size standards for a carry-on, because he can't risk the airline misplacing his checked bag and stranding him at the conference with no suits, and walks into the airport. He's done this routine dozens of times before, every time pretty much the same. He has it down to a science, as quick and convenient as possible to minimize stress and make the journey go smoothly. He prints his boarding pass, drinks the dregs of his morning coffee, and tosses the cup, and heads to the pre-check line. No waiting in long security check lines for this guy. Wait a second. Why is the pre-check line blocked off? No. There's no pre-check available at this airport? The businessman lets out a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose for a moment as he gathers his thoughts. This is fine, this is fine. He can just go through the regular security line this time. What's the worst that could happen? It's not like he's running late. He's got plenty of time to make the flight, watch a few bad movies, get some sleep, and wake up on the other side of the world. Resigned to his fate, the businessman joins the security check line for ordinary Joes who didn't bother to spring for pre-check. This is fine, this is fine. The day is still going mostly according to plan. Or so he thinks. As the line inches along, the businessman spots more trouble up ahead. Oh great, they're putting in a new body scanner right now. He can see the engineer, whatever the title is, finishing the setup. No wonder the line is so long. This is the cherry on top of a deeply irritating Sunday. But it's too late to turn back now, not without risking his promotion, or even his job. Better just try to shrug it off and keep going. Maybe he'll get a candy bar when he reaches his gate. A little treat always helps ease the stress of travel. The line is moving at a steadier pace now, and the businessman can feel the tension in his chest easing up, his muscles loosening. Here we go, this is more like it. He slips his shoes off and holds them in his hands, standing in line in his socks. He might look a little silly, but it's the most efficient way to get through security. After what feels like an eternity, it's his turn to go through the security checkpoint. With a self-satisfied smile, he places his shoes in a bin next to his carry-on bag and drops them both on the conveyor belt. One of the TSA agents waves him on, beckoning him to step into the body scanner. He assumes the position, hands over his head, and waits for the queue to step through to the other side. But the queue doesn't come. The TSA agent holds up a hand, gesturing for the businessman to stay where he is. He tries to ask about what could be causing the holdup, but no one answers him. Must be a malfunction with the machine. Perfect. He lets out another heavy sigh. Then, just behind his right ear, he hears a voice.
Rough day, buddy.
The businessman glances over his shoulder, expecting to see a TSA agent standing there. But there's no one. Has the stress of the worst day he's ever had at the airport driven him to hallucinate? He hears it again.
Hey, buddy, you there? Sounds like a rough day.
Maybe there's a speaker embedded in the scanner somewhere for some reason. Just been kinda stressful. I'll feel better when I get on my flight.
Oh, you're traveling. That's fun. Where to?
Australia. It's for this work thing. I'm not especially excited about it, but the boss will love it, so...
Ha! I heard that, my friend. Say, could you do me a favor?
I guess so.
Could you tell me where I am? I just woke up and I can't see anything. Can't really feel anything either. It's all just darkness. And it's kind of freaking me out here.
The businessman scans the area, but no one appears to be paying attention. No one seems to hear the voice. Is that because it's lost in the din of airport chatter? Or because it's all in his head? We're at the airport.
Airport? How do I get to the airport? Listen, buddy. I need you to help get me out of here. My wife, my daughter, they'll be looking for me. I don't know how long I've been gone. I need to get home. Can you help me?
Privately, the businessman thinks that he really doesn't have time for this, but out loud he says, "Sure. It's just that I don't really know where you actually are, or how you're talking to me through this scanner thing."
What do you mean? I'm right here. Talking out of my mouth. I'm not... What the hell are you talking about?
The businessman is beginning to lose his patience. Something about this situation is just not right. No one should be talking to him through the broken security scanner. The TSA should be letting him through, and he should be sitting at his gate right now. His built-up grievances spill out through his mouth. "I don't have time for this," he shouts. The TSA agent turns to look at him. "I promise, sir, we're working to fix the issue as fast as we can. There's no need to shout," she says. The voice in the scanner was speaking in a hushed tone before, a conspiratorial whisper, but now it's growing louder, more desperate.
You gotta help me, please. My family. I need to get to my family. Why can't I see? Why can't I move? It hurts. It hurts. Don't you understand, you idiot? It hurts.
These words are shouted directly into the businessman's ear. "Stop! Just stop! Stop yelling at me!" Several TSA agents rush over to inspect the businessman, steadying him and gently guiding his hands away from his ears. They ask him if he's feeling all right, if they need to call someone for him. The businessman snaps, shouting that the scanner is broken, and he can hear a voice inside and something is very, very wrong. Well, unfortunately for the businessman, he looks more than a little suspicious now, and one security officer pulls him aside, leading him to a small nearby room for a chat. All the while, the businessman insists that the scanner was talking to him, and that he's not crazy. He won't be leaving that interrogation room anytime soon. Unfortunately for the businessman, he will not be making that flight to Australia. Meanwhile, the scanner is causing interference with the other technology at the checkpoint. The agents are scrambling to solve the problem, to keep the line moving while their colleague addresses an apparent mental health crisis nearby. The line keeps moving, and more impatient passengers walk through the scanner. Just like the businessman before them, they can hear that voice, whispering hushed pleas that turn into anguished shouts. The same male voice, over and over again, begging for answers, begging for help. Someone deeply distressed is speaking through the scanner, and no one can figure out why. One elderly woman breaks down in tears as the voice angrily swears at her. A little girl screams in terror at the sudden sound. A man tries to argue with the voice, the two shouting over each other with increasing fervor. Soon, the voice grows loud enough that the TSA agents can't ignore it. Much to the dismay of the passengers that haven't made it through yet, they close down the line. Slowly, one TSA agent approaches the scanner. "Hello?" she calls out. She feels silly doing it. There's no way someone is using the scanner as a communication device. The technology doesn't work like that. But then, clear as a bell, she hears the response.
Hello? You can help me? Or do I need to keep screaming for someone to listen?
No doubt about it, that is a person. A very distressed person. "How are you speaking to me right now, sir?"
With my mouth. What, are you stupid? I don't want any trouble. Please, just let me go, or I'm gonna lose it. I just want to go home. What is this, some kind of kidnapping thing? Did you drug me?
"Sir, please, we can't help you if you don't tell us how you're speaking through the machine."
There's no goddamn machine. There's just me. Just me. Me.
The voice begins to sob in frustration, and the TSA agent feels a sudden wave of inexplicable nausea sweep through her body. There's no speaker on the machine, nowhere for a voice to emanate from. There's only one solution in sight. They need to take this thing apart. Something is very, very wrong with it. She calls over several of her colleagues, and they begin to fiddle with the machine's outer shell, attempting to loosen and remove it. As they do, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air.
Stop! Please, stop! Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just stop, please!
She signals for the others to stop what they're doing, and the screaming ceases. When the voice speaks again, it sounds defeated, exhausted.
What do you want from me? Is it money? I don't have much, but if you let me go, I'll give you whatever I can. Please. My daughter just turned 5. I just want to see her again.
There was the sound of sobbing again. Somehow, when they tried to open the machine, it hurt the man speaking through it. This just gets weirder and weirder. Meanwhile, the interrogator in the nearby room receives word that the businessman is not, in fact, having a mental health crisis. He really did hear someone speaking through the scanner, someone that everyone can now hear. Whoever this mysterious man is, he will not listen to anyone, will not explain where he is or how he got there. He claims that he was having an ordinary day, lost consciousness, and woke up in total darkness. By the time the businessman is released, however, he has already missed his flight to Australia. That does it. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. He marches back over to the body scanner, shoving TSA agents out of the way as he goes. He begins kicking at the scanner, shouting a stream of curses and epithets at the one who caused him to miss his very important flight, the one who may have cost him his promotion. Man or machine, it doesn't matter. This thing is his enemy now. The disembodied voice returns the shouts in kind, warning the businessman to back off, or he may not like what comes next. "I'm warning you." The businessman laughs derisively, egging on the voice inside the scanner. "Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?" The businessman soon gets his answer, though he won't live to understand what it meant. As the voice screams, louder than anyone has heard it be so far, the businessman collapses to the ground. His body convulses, and his eyes roll back. A seizure. The TSA agents attempt to interfere, but as they approach the scanner, they too collapse to the ground. Some are seizing, others are just unconscious. They don't know it, but all of them are suffering from extreme radiation poisoning. The crowd of passengers waiting to go through security breaks apart, people scattering every which way in search of help or a quick exit. In the next 48 hours, everyone who collapsed will be dead. After 2 more weeks, several of the bystanders will be dead too, all because of the one faulty scanner and the strange voice speaking from inside. Before the story can make the news, it is suppressed by SCP Foundation agents embedded in the media. All living witnesses are given amnestics, and the airport is temporarily closed. The cover story is an attempted terrorist attack, and people are all too quick to eat it up. No one will ever know the truth of what happened, or the nature of the device that would become known as SCP-1966. SCP-1966 is a backscatter X-ray device built by a redacted engineering group sometime in the 2000s. It is approximately 3 meters by 4 meters by 4 meters in size. It was purchased by the American Transportation Security Administration for use in an international airport. Passive scans of SCP-1966 reveal no discernible difference between the internal structure of this scanner and other body scanners with the same design. However, it is no ordinary scanner. Shortly after the scanner was placed in its designated airport, it began to emit the sound of a human male voice. So far, the Foundation has been unable to determine where the voice originates from within the structure of the scanner. The voice responds to speech and other auditory stimuli in the vicinity of SCP-1966 and appears to belong to a sentient consciousness that resides within the scanner. It will continue to speak whether or not it is connected to a power source. In conversations with Foundation staff, SCP-1966 has claimed to be an insurance salesman from London, Ontario, by the name of Mr. J. It remembers being at its daughter's 5th birthday party, which, coincidentally, occurred the day before the scanner was placed at the airport. After the party, it reports becoming blind and unconscious. According to SCP-1966, it cannot see or experience any other senses other than hearing, the feeling of pain when the scanner is tampered with, and a sense of vibrations in the vicinity. It also appears to know when it is being moved, and when someone is attempting to open its outer casing. When the casing is interfered with, it tends to respond by saying, "Ouch!" and "Stop that!" In terms of the tone of conversation, SCP-1966 can be friendly, or it can be angry to the point of being verbally abusive. Whenever SCP-1966 becomes especially upset, it begins to emit a higher level of ionizing radiation, with levels sometimes spiking to the point of causing immediate fatalities, as well as delayed deaths that occur within 2 weeks of exposure. In order to minimize casualties, it is important that SCP-1966 be kept calm. To this end, Protocol Psi-1966-A was developed. This protocol set a series of rules for Foundation staff to keep in mind while interacting with SCP-1966. First, the entity must always be referred to by the name it gave, Mr. J. If SCP-1966 makes any claims about its memories or identity, they must be accepted without argument or contradiction. Personnel should never reference the Foundation, SCP-1966's current form, its acquisition and history, or where it is being contained. If SCP-1966 expresses any self-destructive urges or sentiments, the on-site director must immediately be notified. Junior staff are not considered qualified to handle this scenario, and swift intervention is necessary to prevent any needless radiation poisoning or casualties. If SCP-1966 asks where it is, or expresses concern about its environment, it should be told that it is currently in the long-term care ward of a Toronto hospital, and that it suffered brain trauma during a car accident. If it asks to speak to its wife or daughter, the only approved response is, "You know you can't talk to them now." This is in reference to the cover story provided to SCP-1966, which is that its wife and daughter died in the same car accident. However, stating this plainly will exacerbate the entity's stress levels and may prove dangerous, so a gentle reminder and correction is preferable. Approximately a year after bringing SCP-1966 into custody, the Foundation tracked down a Mr. J, a London, Ontario-based insurance salesman with a wife and daughter. When interviewed under the guise of a survey, his memories and opinions matched those of SCP-1966 up until the date it was first placed in the airport. He was then observed for 3 years, but nothing anomalous about the man was ever detected. For all intents and purposes, he is a perfectly ordinary, unexceptional man. The most unusual thing about Mr. J is that he has, as far as the Foundation can ascertain, never had contact with SCP-1966. In fact, he has never even set foot in the airport where SCP-1966 was previously in use. Somehow, SCP-1966 has developed an imprint of Mr. J's consciousness, but how exactly that occurred is beyond my understanding. SCP-1966 must be kept in a dedicated bunker 2 kilometers underground. The bunker must have 10-meter thick reinforced concrete walls with an additional 1 meter of radiation shielding in order to prevent any radiation from leaking into the surrounding environment. To further reduce this risk, the location of its bunker must be at least 100 kilometers away from any major cities or population-dense areas, as well as Foundation sites. The current location of SCP-1966's bunker is classified and provided only to those who have received special clearance. The monitoring station for SCP-1966 must be permanently manned by at least 5 Foundation staff with Level 2 clearance or higher. The on-site director for the bunker must have Level 4 clearance and be a certified psychologist. No one may interact with SCP-1966 without the approval of this on-site director, and any interaction with SCP-1966 must conform to Protocol Psi-1966-A. The tale of SCP-1966 has been difficult for me to shake. It is far from the most bizarre anomaly I've researched, or the most dangerous, but there is a compelling tragedy to it. A machine, built only to assist with airport security, found itself suddenly cursed with a consciousness that was not its own. Nothing in the world will convince SCP-1966 that it is not a Canadian family man. Its mind is always occupied by thoughts and memories of a life it will never be able to live. A life that, no matter how real and personal it feels, never belonged to it in the first place. Can any of us be certain we are not suffering from the same folly? How can we be sure that our memories, our names, our very identities, are our own? The notion of self is a fragile thing, and SCP-1966 serves as an unsettling reminder that, no matter how secure we feel about who we are, outside observers may be able to see truths about us that we can never hope to comprehend. I never expected to feel quite so existential over an X-ray scanner. The sun rises over the battlefield. The American flag flaps gently in the wind. The world is silent. Bang! The door slams open, and the boy runs out of the house, making plane noises with his mouth. The toy bomber in his hand arcs and soars, dipping and diving, as it makes its imaginary bombing run around the backyard. Over the sandbox, swooping low through the thick grass, past the pond, under the swing set, and up and away into the sky, climbing higher and higher in the direction of the treehouse with its American flag flapping in the morning breeze. What a perfect day. The boy breathes in the air deeply and looks around. His shoulders slump. He's bored already. 2 seconds in the yard and he's already bored. What is there to do out here that he hasn't already done? He's played in the sand, he's swung on the swings, he's climbed up to the treehouse. He hears the car engine kicking into life somewhere out front. His dad's voice carries over to him on the breeze. "I'm running late for work, I'll see you later. If you find my bag anywhere, don't go looking inside of it, just tell me where it is when I get home. Love you, bye." The wheels crunch through the gravel driveway, and the engine sound slowly fades into the distance, leaving the boy alone in the backyard again, with nothing but the wind for company. Great. Now he's got to find something to do for the whole day. He throws the toy bomber to the ground in frustration. A wing snaps off and bounces away into the flower bed. Uh-oh. He'll need to fix that before Dad gets home. Super glue. That'll do the trick. There must be some inside. His dad is always fixing things. But the boy's mission is almost immediately sidetracked. As soon as he steps into the house, he spots his dad's bag right by the back door, where he always forgets to look. The boy looks at it curiously for a moment. He wonders what's in there that his dad told him not to look at. He'll just have a little peek, not a proper look. He won't even open the bag all the way, just a little look inside. If anyone asks, he'll say he was looking for superglue. Wait, what's that? It can't be. A little pot with a red lid and big cartoonish letters on the side. Play-Doh? What's his dad doing with a pot of Play-Doh in his bag? He thought his dad had a really grown-up job. That's what his mom always says. His dad has a very secret grown-up job, very important, very secret. Is that really what he does at work all day, play with Play-Doh? The boy is far too grown up for Play-Doh. He hasn't played with it for years because it's for babies. No way is he going to play with it now. Nope, he's a big boy who plays with real toys. But still, a little look won't hurt. He'll take it out, squeeze it in his hands a bit, remember how babyish it is, and put it back. He definitely isn't going to play with it. The boy pops the red lid off and peers inside. Yep, just as he thought. Boring. Just a lump of red putty, sitting there being all boring. But as the boy tips the pot out into his hand, it feels a bit weird. It moves a little in his palm. Is there an insect inside it or something? It feels like a pair of little legs. He rolls the lump over into his other hand and peers at it. Yes, a pair of legs sticking out from the red ball. Only they're not insect legs at all. They're tiny, about the size of insect legs, but there are only 2 of them. They're totally red, matching the color of the Play-Doh, and seem to have a tiny pair of boots on the ends of them. The legs wiggle around helplessly, sticking up into the air, until all of a sudden, a hand appears sticking up out of the clay. It looks like a tiny person has somehow been buried in the Play-Doh upside down. The hand gets a good grip on the red ball and pushes and pulls at it, steadily freeing the rest of its body until suddenly, a fully formed tiny man pops out of the surface. Roughly the size of the boy's fingernail, the little red man stands up straight and takes in his surroundings. Not only is the tiny person wearing boots, he's also got a backpack and a helmet on his miniature head, all made of Play-Doh. In fact, this tiny person looks just like one of those little green Army Man toys that his dad had when he was little. The little soldier looks up and sees the boy staring down at him, jumping back in fright. The boy laughs. He guesses he must look pretty scary to someone so small. He smiles at the little Army Man. The little Army Man very slowly lowers himself down to his knees, reaching down to the Play-Doh floor he's standing on. His little red hand seems to be feeling around for something in the putty. In fascination, the boy stares closely as the Play-Doh under the soldier's hand morphs into the shape of... what is that? A gun. The soldier lifts the tiny red rifle to his shoulder and points it straight at the boy's eye. He fires, and to the boy's surprise, something comes out. A stream of teeny tiny Play-Doh bullets pepper his eyeball. The boy throws the Play-Doh ball as hard as he can and blinks hard. A tiny scream goes with it. The bullets didn't really hurt that much, but his eye is a little watery now. The tiny soldier has a real working tiny assault rifle. He's starting to understand why his dad is still playing with Play-Doh. Where did that Play-Doh go? He must have thrown it into the backyard. The boy runs outside and looks around. There it is, just next to the sandbox. He creeps up to the ball cautiously, trying to see if the little soldier is still there. Wait, hang on. There he is. No, there he is. Is that another one? He kneels and peers at the small crowd gathering around the ball. He can't quite believe what he's seeing. Dozens of little men are milling around the red ball, with more marching out of it in formation every few seconds. Little red Play-Doh tents are being erected in a perimeter around the ball. A couple of tiny soldiers chop down a twig with tiny red axes and start a campfire. A mini red jeep weaves its way through the grass, and a general hops out, with a cowering officer by his side. The tiny general barks tiny orders. It's difficult to hear what the man is saying, but it sounds like he's speaking English, only really high-pitched. He points to a group of soldiers who immediately rush over to the ball of Play-Doh and pull a ladder out of it. They rest the ladder against the edge of the sandbox, and a couple of them hurry their way to the top. Climbing up onto the wooden board, the pair of them split up, rifles in hand, checking the area is clear. The general is the next up the ladder. He surveys the yard with a battle-worn wariness, eyes coming to rest on the treehouse. He pulls out his binoculars and takes a good hard look at it, studying every inch of the tree before spotting the flagpole rising from the top. Lowering the binoculars with evident satisfaction, the general points a tiny hand at the enormous tree and cries out an order at the top of his little voice. A high pitch rises from the troops on the ground. They pump fists and slap backs. The army has grown already. As the boy looks back down at the platoon gathering in the grass, he sees a dozen more tents have sprung up. A group of soldiers stand in formation around the ball of Play-Doh, keeping watch in every direction. And there, a soldier sits on an acorn crying. Helmet in his hands, he weeps openly. There is a red cross on the tent next to him. That must be the medical tent. The boy crouches down on all fours and peers inside the tent. There, on the tiny red bed, surrounded by tiny red nurses, lies a soldier. His legs are bent out of shape, and he's crying out in pain. A doctor approaches and gives him the bad news before readying the saw. The boy sits back up. He can't watch. A high-pitched cry echoes from the tent, loud enough to dampen the commotion around the rest of the camp. The boy recognizes that scream. It's the same scream he heard when he threw the Play-Doh out of the door. That first brave soldier, defending his brothers in arms from the giant. What had the boy done? The soldier outside the medical tent picks up the phone and informs the tiny soldier's tiny family what had happened. He had lost both his legs, but not his life. He was a hero. The battalion is mobilizing. No time to mourn. Snipers climb the ladder onto the edge of the sandbox and set up nests all along the wooden beam as trucks rumble through the thick grass below. On the other side of the sandbox wall, a desert platoon makes its way through the scorching heat. Soldiers sit atop tanks, shaking the last remaining drops of doughy water from their red bottles and wiping sweat from their brows. All of them heading in the direction of the treehouse. The boy stands up, surrounded by tiny soldiers. He has to be careful where he steps now as they fill the grass around him. A couple of tanks rumble between his feet, flattening the blades of grass as if they were as weak as, well, blades of grass. All of the soldiers, all of the equipment and vehicles, everything is coming from the little ball of red Play-Doh. And little is the right word for it. With every new unit deployed to the front line, the ball shrinks slightly. It's getting smaller and smaller by the minute. They're going to need reinforcements. The boy rushes into the house and returns in just a few seconds, arms laden with Play-Doh. He's got every pot of it from when he was little. He pops them all open, one after the other, and throws them onto the ground in the midst of the camp. The only slight issue is that all the Play-Doh is that gross brown color that it goes when you mix all the colors together. That won't matter, will it? Gunfire breaks out almost immediately below him. The boy jumps back in surprise, stepping on a communications mast by accident. Tiny brown soldiers rush out of the Play-Doh balls all around the camp, diving into cover and opening fire on the red soldiers. It's a massacre. Red soldiers taking a rest from the front line, calling their loved ones, getting ready to go home on leave, lying injured in beds. All of them are gunned down. Most don't even have a chance to grab their rifles. One brave red soldier sprints to the communications mast and tries to radio the rest of the battalion, telling them what's happened, but the mast is destroyed. A stray bullet catches him in the side of his head, and he crumbles to the ground, just a lifeless blob of Play-Doh. The boy watches in horror as a couple of brown soldiers pick up the body and toss it into the nearest ball of brown Play-Doh. A dedicated team of them mix the body in with the rest of the dough until it's that same brown color. From the blob emerges a new brown soldier. The small red streak running across his heart is the only sign that he'd ever been a red at all. The soldier quickly disappears amongst the mass of helmets and boots, trampling any trace of the Red Army. The whole yard erupts in tiny warfare. The red snipers lining the walls of the sandbox are picked off one after the other. The desert platoon are ambushed by landmines and quickly surrounded, hiding in broken-down tanks as plumes of sand are thrown up all around them. Before long, the brown troops have them completely surrounded. One last soldier bursts out from the hatch in his tank, holding grenades in each hand. The bullet catches him in the head before he can even finish his war cry. The grenades explode harmlessly, nowhere near the brown troops. The red convoy, on its way to the tree, stands the best chance of survival. The boy follows them with fascination, watching as the brown army fight their way through the red line from the back, splitting it through the middle as their superior firepower makes short work of the transport and supply trucks. Some red soldiers dive away into the thick grass, climbing up dandelions and weeds in a desperate attempt to escape. Few succeed, as the bodies fall back into the mud like raindrops. A tiny screaming noise fills the yard. The boy turns around just in time to jump out of the way of the brown fighter jets. 5 of them streak through the air, almost at his head height. Missiles fire out of the bottom of each jet, one after the other, blowing apart what little remains of the Red convoy. The gunfire dies down within the hour. Skirmishes break out across the yard as Brown patrols pick off the stragglers they find from the Red Army hiding in ants' nests, under fallen leaves, and huddling around broken-down vehicles. The boy watches as several high-ranking officers gather in the Brown base to oversee the absorption of the last of the Red ball of Play-Doh. They mold themselves a big meeting table with a brown map of the yard and plot out their strategy for taking the treehouse for themselves, moving around even tinier little model units across the surface of it with sticks. The plan quickly comes together before the boy's eyes and under his feet. A series of mortars and surface-to-air missiles are deployed along the wall of the sandbox. The Air Force takes over the original Brown base, chopping down blades of grass and laying out Play-Doh runways flanked with Brown hangars. A ring of military units surround the base of the treehouse, strategizing about how best to ascend the colossal structure and reach the flagpole. In the pond, an aircraft carrier splashes into the water, marking the arrival of the Navy. The ship is soon flanked by a pair of destroyers armed with anti-aircraft missiles. The boy is about to go over and peer into the water to try and spot a nuclear submarine when he comes across a sight for sore eyes. Red soldiers, not much more than a single squadron, hunkered down around the base of the swing set. They've covered themselves in dirt and little clumps of moss to camouflage. They must be the forwardmost scout squadron, just far enough away from that original convoy to escape the slaughter. But what are they doing? The units are all gathered around a pile of leaves. There's something underneath. What is it? It looks like plastic. Of course, it's his toy bomber with the broken wing. Trying not to draw the attention of the Brown Army, the boy drops to the ground next to the Red units, doing his best to hide in the grass. The Red soldiers are arguing amongst themselves. The general is there. He's survived, but barely, slumped against a blade of grass. The scouts' high-pitched arguing is a little too quiet for the boy to make out, but it's pretty clear what's going on. They need to get the toy plane working, but it'll be hopeless without the other wing. He lifts his head and looks around the yard. There it is, in the flower bed, but it's surrounded by Brown troops. How could the Red soldiers possibly fight their way to it and get back unharmed? Oh, wait. The boy just gets up, walks over to the flower bed, and picks up the wing. In about 3 seconds, he completes an insurmountable effort for those little soldiers. Kneeling next to them, he offers the missing wing. The scouts all stand back warily. It's the general who climbs to his feet and walks over to the boy. He looks at the plastic wing, looks up at the giant towering over him, and raises his arm in a salute. The others follow suit quickly and get to work repairing the toy plane. Brown soldiers notice the commotion and start to close in on them. They don't have much time. The boy stamps out a runway for the soldiers in the grass. The plane is almost ready to go, but is missing one vital piece of the propeller. Only there's a bigger problem. They're out of Red Play-Doh. A Brown soldier breaks through the thick grass and rushes towards the squadron, his assault rifle peppering the side of the plane with doughy bullets. The scouts all dive into the vehicle and kick the engine into gear. Little red gears and pistons whir into life beneath the plastic, but the plane just isn't moving without the propeller. What can they do? The Brown soldier stops in his tracks, staring at the plane. The boy peers at him closer. There's a red streak across his heart. Conflict contorts the tiny soldier's face. The door to the plane opens, and out steps the general. The two soldiers face each other on the runway, the Red scouts desperately calling the general to get back in. None of them move. The Brown soldier raises his rifle and shoots the general in the head. The older man crumples to the ground. Inside the plane, the scouts start to panic. They don't have their guns with them. The Brown army is bearing down on them from all sides. What can they do? The Brown soldier with the streak across his heart walks slowly over to the general's body, stoops down, and picks him up. He carries the body around to the front of the plane and, without a word, starts using the Play-Doh to build them a propeller. Brown soldiers burst through the grass, swarming the runway. They need to leave, now or never. The Brown soldier places the propeller onto the plane and steps aside as the vehicle roars off along the runway. He salutes the ascending plane as one of his Brown compatriots puts a bullet in his chest, right through his red heart. But the plane is already away, lifting off into the sky. The toy bomber dodges and weaves its way between the whizzing bullets. It banks hard, pulling the nose around inch by inch to face the treehouse. The pilot guns it, pulling the tiny stick back sharply. It seems to take an age for the bomber to climb. The boy glances behind him just in time to see the Brown Navy launch their missiles, 6 of them, all making a beeline for the bomber. Or so it seems. At the last moment, he sticks a hand out and slaps the missiles out of the air. A couple of them explode, leaving streaks of brown Play-Doh on his hand. The others spiral to the ground, where tiny soldiers dive for cover. The Brown Air Force scrambles, but it's too late. As the jets shoot across the yard, the bomber has already reached its destination. The scouts jump out, deploying red Play-Doh parachutes as they circle their way down onto the flagpole. A jet catches up to the bomber and blows it out of the sky. The scouts don't have time to mourn their lost pilot, or any of their dead for that matter. Quick as they can, they cut the American flag free. As it flutters and floats down to the grass, the squadron unfurls its replacement, a red rectangle of Play-Doh, barely a couple of inches across. One of them pulls a bugle from his pack and plays the highest pitch version of The Last Post you could ever hear. The whole battlefield falls silent to listen. The boy places a hand over his heart just as the first drop of rain hits his shoulder. From somewhere inside, his mom's voice calls, "It's about to start raining. Come inside before you catch a cold. I'm making cocoa." The boy grins and runs into the house. Outside, the rain pours, and all trace of the war washes away into red and brown streaks in the dirt. And with that, you'd be forgiven for thinking that SCP-745 had never even been in that young boy's backyard. Most adults would just dismiss the boy's afternoon entertainment as a figment of a child's imagination, but most adults have not encountered SCP-745, otherwise known as militarized Play-Doh. The results of a redacted megacorporation's research into creating a self-molding product. The specific mechanics of how this militarized Play-Doh was created are hazy, to say the least. What is known is that the small red blob of what appears to be the popular children's sculpting toy exhibits aggressive militaristic tendencies. As soon as the 5-ounce pot is opened, SCP-705 activates, forming itself into miniature Play-Doh soldiers. Each unit comes dressed in detailed and accurate military fatigues, carrying miniaturized weaponry and equipment, all of which function identically to their real-life counterparts, aside from one small detail. Everything is made entirely from Play-Doh. When active, SCP-705 can divide into hundreds of infantrymen, each of which seems to have some level of personal autonomy. As of yet, no hive mind mentality has been observed between the soldiers. They all communicate as their real-life military equivalents would, through barking orders, strategizing, and working together. Upon activation, each instance of SCP-705 is highly territorial, seeking to take immediate control of the nearest location or object that seems to be of strategic importance. This could be anything from a coffee machine to a treehouse. What appear to be innocuous household objects to us pose an incredible tactical advantage to the tiny soldiers, many of whom are willing to sacrifice their lives to take control. The longer this militarized Play-Doh is allowed to roam free, the more advanced the military unit becomes. Leadership figures emerge, battle plans grow more and more advanced, and technology improves. While the Play-Doh may initially take the form of a handful of infantry units, if left to their own devices, these units will soon be riding on the backs of tanks, firing miniguns through the doors of attack helicopters, or even developing rudimentary navies and air forces. And of course, you have seen what happens when SCP-705 comes into contact with a regular pot of Play-Doh. The otherwise harmless putty will take on the same characteristics as this militarized Play-Doh. If the two groups of soldiers are the same color, they will form an alliance. If they are different colors, well, that's where the fun begins. Containing SCP-705 is relatively straightforward. Simply gathering all of the Play-Doh together and putting it back into its 5-ounce pot with the lid closed will neutralize the tiny army entirely. This, coupled with how harmless the tiny, doughy bullets are, means that SCP-705 requires little security. It is housed in Sector 2 safe SCP containment with the lid closed. The only accidental outbreak that has occurred since its containment has been in the break room, when a researcher accidentally left the lid open while they went to the bathroom. When the researcher returned, all they needed to do to rescue their coffee from the clutches of a crazed Play-Doh general was brush a few soldiers off the counter. This is a day SCP-705 still talks about often, with deep fear and reverence.
Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites are a brand of chocolate-flavored rice-based cereal. These so-called tasty treats are otherwise known to the personnel of the SCP Foundation under the designation of SCP-2983. As the product's name suggests, this anomalous breakfast cereal not only has suspected ties to Dr. Wondertainment, either a single reality-bending anomalous individual or an anomalous manufacturing business, but also contains dehydrated marshmallows in varying different shapes. Since learning of the existence of SCP-2983, the SCP Foundation has been monitoring the delivery manifests of trucks traveling to supermarkets and grocers across most of Europe for shipments of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites. Foundation web crawlers are also instructed to monitor online activity for any mentions of SCP-2983 or related keywords, to help determine where shipments are being delivered to or delivered from. In addition, as well as closely observing delivery drivers and online chatter, the Foundation has been dispatching undercover agents to visit stores that are suspected of stalking SCP-2983. These agents typically pose as members of corporate or product quality assurance representatives. Upon discovering any retail outlet that is in possession of any boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites, an undercover Foundation agent will alert a retrieval unit to requisition these boxes, under the falsified premise of a product recall. Agents have noted that many retail staff who witness this process often do not require amnestics afterward. This is not only because they pose no security risk to the Foundation, but also because their work in customer service is torturous enough. Interacting with the general public daily is its own ordeal, and shouldn't be compounded by the effects of administered amnestics. Once any instances of SCP-2983 are tracked down and secured, the retrieved boxes are then delivered to Site-55, where they are cataloged and stored alongside other low-risk anomalous items. In the event that boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites reach their expiration date, or Site-55 storage capacity is filled with an excess of the product, then incineration is permitted. At present, the Foundation has been unable to track the point of origin or manufacturing facility that produces SCP-2983. Retail warehouses receiving shipments of the anomalous cereal provide no clear answers about its origin. Staff are unable to explain how the product arrives at their facilities, how it's stored, or how it's loaded onto delivery trucks. Even more perplexing, some drivers report no recollection of ever loading shipments of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites onto their vehicles. Yet, by the time they reach the stores, the boxes mysteriously appear on board, ready for delivery. When asked why these shipments are not marked as suspicious, most drivers have responded with the sentiment that they are not being paid enough to ask questions about children's breakfast cereal. The anomalous product itself is contained within boxes that are decorated with the typical imagery associated with the Dr. Wondertainment brand. Beyond the familiar whimsical design, the boxes of SCP-2983 feature the depiction of a humanoid female figure. This character is believed to represent Judy, the namesake of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites cereal. Beyond merely being a mascot, the SCP Foundation considers Judy, or Judy the Tongue, to be a person of interest in connection to SCP-2983, referred to as POI-386-1022. On boxes of the product, she is shown having an unusually large tongue, looking upwards with both arms outstretched in a gesture towards an arc of 6 different marshmallow shapes above her. SCP Foundation symbology experts have extensively analyzed the artwork on SCP-2983 boxes. They believe they have identified a deliberate connection between the shapes of the marshmallows in Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites and various other anomalies linked to Dr. Wondertainment. According to the findings of the Foundation's symbology research teams, 5 of the 6 different marshmallow shapes correspond to different SCPs. The fish-shaped marshmallows are believed to represent SCP-527, an anomalous human with the head of a fish. While it possesses no other anomalous properties, it does have a tattoo that reads as follows: Mr. Fish from Little Misters, registered by Dr. Wondertainment. The Little Misters appear to be a connected group of humanoid anomalies produced by Wondertainment themselves or the company. SCP-2983 also features marshmallows in the shape of a crescent moon, thought to be in connection with SCP-917. This anomaly is an elderly humanoid male suffering from moderate arthritis. Parts of his face can appear or even disappear entirely in accordance with the lunar cycle. Much like the aforementioned Mr. Fish, SCP-917 possesses a similar tattoo, referring to him as Mr. Moon, and again identifying him as a Little Mister created by Dr. Wondertainment. The presence of trumpet-shaped marshmallows in the anomalous cereal's contents initially baffled SCP Foundation symbology experts. That was, until it was later discovered during testing, that these marshmallows contain the highest mineral concentration of any other ingredient in SCP-2983. This connection, along with the marshmallow's frequent ties to the Little Misters series, led Foundation staff to conclude that the trumpets referenced SCP-696, also known as Mr. Brass, a tin robot briefly worshipped by members of the Church of the Broken God. The skull-shaped marshmallows were a little easier to interpret, believed to be linked to SCP-1007, another of Dr. Wondertainment's anomalous humanoids. This little mister, referred to as Mr. Life and Mr. Death, possesses unique anomalous abilities of his own. SCP-1007 ages at a rate of a single year per minute, and a key, SCP-1007-1, can be inserted into their back in order to manually manipulate their age. Several of the candy-shaped marshmallows in SCP-2983 stand out not only for their exceptionally high sugar content, making them the sweetest ingredient in the cereal, but also for their shapes, which appear to allude to SCP-2396. This member of the Little Misters, known as Ms. Sweetie, displays her anomalous abilities when consuming sugar. Upon consumption, any men in the nearby vicinity will flee from her. If she makes direct physical contact with an adult human male during this time, her victim will enter a diabetic coma, regardless of any prior history of type 1 or type 2 diabetes or lack thereof. SCP-2396 is also capable of manifesting small candies around her immediate environment, and if a human consumes these, their physiology is completely rewritten, turning them into a piece of hard candy. There does exist a sixth type of marshmallow in SCP-2983, and it's arguably the strangest of all the anomalous ingredients of the cereal. Not in the least part, because these marshmallows have no discernible shape, because they're invisible. This has made it difficult for researchers not only to perform any analysis of its properties or nutritional content, but also for the symbology department to connect it to other SCPs linked to Dr. Wondertainment. The only other clue is that this invisible type of marshmallow is denoted on boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion marshmallow bites by the dotted outline of a circle. With this being the only symbol corresponding to the invisible marshmallows, some researchers immediately leapt to the conclusion that this was linked to an anomaly the Foundation is still yet to encounter. Theories began to circulate about some future, as of yet unseen Dr. Wondertainment creation that was in some way circular or spherical, and that once the Foundation had contained this new yet-to-be-released addition to the Little Misters, that its image would appear on boxes of SCP-2983, and the invisible circular marshmallows would be rendered visible. However, by pure happenstance, a researcher scouring the depths of the SCP Foundation's archives for confirmed Dr. Wondertainment-related anomalies stumbled upon one that they believed could be connected to these invisible marshmallows. SCP-2287 is a headless humanoid currently held in a standard containment chamber. Much like the others, he bears a similar tattooed label reading, Mr. Headless, from Little Misters registered by Dr. Wondertainment. The researcher quickly realized that's why there were invisible marshmallows present within SCP-2983. They were meant to be representations of SCP-2287's missing head. The anomalous properties of SCP-2983 do extend beyond its connections to other existing SCPs, however. For example, much of the nutritional information that is presented on boxes of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion marshmallow bites list considerably high levels of nutrients that are not typically found within non-anomalous breakfast cereals. Testing has revealed that, as stated on the box, the fish-shaped marshmallows contain high quantities of omega-3, a nutrient that is typically only found in fish meat. Similarly, the box claims the cereal itself is rich in vitamin B, despite this being more commonly found in pork and poultry products. Vitamin D3 has also been found in these skull-shaped marshmallows, as well as a high concentration of calcium. Meanwhile, in contrast to similar non-anomalous products, SCP-2983 possesses a significantly low calorie count, as well as low levels of sugar, fats, and carbohydrates. These levels are so much lower, in fact, that they conflict significantly with the known nutritional value of many of the cereal ingredients that are listed on the box, such as eggs, sugar, chocolate, corn syrup, and cornstarch. The exact mechanism by which the nutritional values of these ingredients have been altered remains unknown. However, Foundation researchers theorize that an anomalous factor in the production process of Choco-Wonder Explosion marshmallow bites may be responsible. Although this may not seem to pose a significant threat to the general public, nor appear to justify the Foundation's efforts to collect seemingly harmless boxes of cereal, the containment of SCP-2983 remains a top priority for several critical reasons. For one, the Foundation is still unaware of potential long-term health effects resulting from prolonged consumption of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion marshmallow bites. For another, the exact motives and goals of Dr. Wondertainment, whether they are a company or an individual, still remain unclear to the Foundation. And for a third reason as to why the Foundation wishes to prevent consumer access from this product, it sings. When Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites are placed in a bowl containing at least 227 milliliters of milk, the dehydrated marshmallows and SCP-2983 begin to move and emit vocalizations. These anomalies have been observed during testing, singing songs that typically focus on the topic of proper dental hygiene and its importance, the benefits of regular exercise, consuming a balanced diet, and other lifestyle choices generally considered to be healthy. Once their song has concluded, the marshmallows will return to their inert, non-animated state and will cease any further anomalous behavior. Although SCP-2983 is hardly a threat, it presents a danger. If this product was to remain available to the public, and people were to witness this occurring, it would risk exposing the existence of anomalies to the world. If anyone, including a child, observes the marshmallows animating and singing when exposed to milk, the SCP Foundation is authorized to conduct a full search of the witness's domicile and seize the contraband cereal. Amnestics are to be administered to anyone who witnesses SCP-2983's anomalous properties activating, in order to prevent knowledge of anomalous activity becoming commonplace among the public. To observe the effects of consuming SCP-2983, the Foundation requisitioned several test subjects. Using the cover story of a market research survey, children under the age of 12 were invited to taste test bowls of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites. These bowls were strategically prepared with less than 227 milliliters of milk. The feedback among those participating in the study was consistent. Children claimed that SCP-2983 was yummy, with some even describing it as the best cereal ever. Another identical test was conducted, but with adult subjects in the place of children. The result when SCP-2983 is consumed by anyone over the age of 12 is also consistent, although completely different from the reactions of the younger test subjects. To anyone older, SCP-2983 reportedly tastes similar to unsweetened oatmeal. Tracking trends and incidents involving SCP-2983, researchers are attempting to triangulate its point of origin, to no avail. Boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites have been known to manifest inside supermarkets of varying size and different chains across much of Western Europe. This occurs with no discernible pattern, sometimes appearing already on the shelves, other times in storerooms, and in other instances, delivered alongside other stock in the backs of delivery trucks. However, SCP Foundation web crawlers looking for mentions of SCP-2983 were able to uncover a crucial piece of information. The anomalous cereal can also be purchased online. Dr. Wondertainment maintains an online storefront. However, the website cannot be reached through the use of most conventional web browsers. Most notably, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Opera GX, Safari, Mozilla Firefox, and several other widely used browsers are unable to access the site https://wondertainment.redacted. Specifically, the product page for SCP-2983 can be found at the URL sweets.wondertainment.redacted/choco-wonder. The product page corresponding with Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites TM has been under Foundation observation since its discovery. Attempts to trace the creators of the site, or any servers where it may be being hosted, have proved futile. However, on the 1st of July 2002, a message was posted to the bottom of the webpage announcing a prize giveaway of an unknown Dr. Wondertainment product. The announcement prompted users to input a code found on boxes of SCP-2983 for a chance to win. This activity naturally caught the SCP Foundation's attention, and sure enough, boxes of the anomalous cereal started appearing with promotional codes. These consisted of 6 characters each. However, the codes were composed of mostly esoteric symbols and characters that were impossible to type. Identified as being common shibboleth runes, these could only be recreated if they had been observed directly. This prevented the Foundation from deploying bots to input random combinations of letters and numbers. Instead, the only way to access the giveaway was to purchase as many boxes of SCP-2983 to test their codes. The head researcher assigned to the project, May Waters, was tasked with cataloging and inputting codes found on the cereal boxes. Given that the Foundation had no idea what the Wondertainment Prize was, or how dangerous it could be, the SCP-2983 research team was allotted a budgetary increase of $20,000. This was then increased to $100,000 after more and more boxes of SCP-2983 began manifesting in stores across Germany and Austria. Researcher Waters then had to make an additional budgetary increase request to $900,000 when manifestations increased and boxes began appearing in France, Belgium, and Italy. Further increases were to be subject to approval by the O5 Council, though boxes of SCP-2983 seemed to be spreading through most of Europe, including the British Isles and even reaching parts of northern Africa. This continued throughout 2002 and into 2003. Then, on the 18th of February the subsequent year, an update message was posted to the SCP-2983 vendor page. It explained that Dr. Wondertainment's headquarters, Wonderworld, a city-sized extra-dimensional theme park accessed from Boston, Massachusetts, had expanded their sweets and consumables department due to increased demand. This was set to lead to not only a massive influx of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites, but 3 new lines of anomalous cereal: Judy's Fruity Yummy Tropical Paradise Delights TM, Judy's Peanut Butter Brownie Crisps TM, and Judy's Honeygram Bee-licious Bites TM. The announcement also promised additional codes for winning special prizes, and if someone found all of these, they would win a Super Ultra Mega Prize. Even more anomalous singing cereal, including these new variations, quickly began appearing out in the world. This posed a potential unmitigated disaster for the Foundation. Not only were these anomalous products being made even easier for civilians to obtain, but the Foundation was still no closer to knowing what the promised prizes were. A meeting of the O5 Council was held wherein they approved allocating an additional $120 million to Researcher Waters and the SCP-2983 team. Obtaining the anomalous prizes was considered an extremely high priority, so much so that SCP-2983 was reclassified as a Keter-class anomaly. It took several months of work, from rounding up boxes to inputting useless codes and cataloging them, but Researcher Waters was eventually able to get a result. She received a strange email from an untraceable, unidentifiable account connected with Dr. Wondertainment, despite never having entered her email address into their online store. But opening it, she found that a prize suddenly materialized in her lap. This occurred 4 times after entering successful codes, and the prizes were as follows: a toy with an anti-mimetic function, which came with a note that read, "A toy you can't fully remember? Now you can experience it like it's the first time every time." It is believed that this anomalous object bears some connection to SCP-909, a young male suffering from permanent anterograde amnesia that renders him unable to remember any information unless written down. He is considered to be another of Wondertainment's Little Misters, also known as Mr. Forgetful. The second prize obtained by Researcher Waters was a box labeled Dr. Wondertainment's Truth or False, holding a seemingly infinite number of trivia cards. Experts on the SCP-2983 research team quickly identified a connection between these cards and SCP-2284, a man whose anomalous properties compel anyone around him to believe any statement he makes. Like earlier examples, SCP-2284 is also part of the Little Misters series, known as Mr. Lie. Acquiring the next prize, Researcher Waters was presented with a plastic potato that increased its temperature on contact with human skin. However, the object seemed unable to cause burns, even if reaching a temperature that would normally leave severe damage. With it was a note that seemed to link this prize not only to another Little Mister, but an entirely different anomalous group of interest too. Researchers were already aware of SCP-644, also known as Mr. Hot, another anomalous humanoid who can determine if a person has biological children and detect children's wishes. The assumption was that this hot potato was a deliberate reference to SCP-644. However, the accompanying note read, "Just when you think this potato's calmed down, this steamy, starchy spud will surprise you by being not cool yet." The end of the note makes a very clear reference to the anomalous art collective Are We Cool Yet? Interestingly, AWCY was responsible for the creation of SCP-2635, an uncooked red potato that can kill half the members of an organization if it remains in their possession for an entire year. Any person possessing SCP-2635 for over a year will also die, hence its nickname of the Hot Potato. The fourth prize, labeled as Chuck Chatter's Chilling Chops, were a set of wind-up teeth that could eat any toy food placed in its path. This seemed to be a direct reference to yet another Little Mister, Mr. Hungry, or SCP-913 to the Foundation. SCP-913 possesses an anomalous condition that causes him to enter a trance-like state and eat anything in sight, unless he is fed an average human's daily caloric intake every 2 hours. After collecting all 4 of the special prizes mentioned in the announcement on the SCP-2983 product page, researcher Waters received another email confirming that she would receive the promised Super Ultra Mega Prize within 3 to 5 business days. After receiving this email, researcher Waters allowed herself to be confined to a standard humanoid containment chamber and instructed personnel to treat her as an anomalous humanoid until the prize arrived. The prize itself was a cylindrical container in purple and yellow wrapping paper. There were no mimetic, anti-mimetic, or cognitohazardous properties. In fact, nothing anomalous about the object at all. Opening it, inside, researcher Waters discovered a poster depicting the anomalous musical performance group, the Little Misters, with a message on the back in permanent marker. Before the poster could be neutralized, having determined it to be safe, researcher Waters was granted permission to keep it and hang the object on the wall of her office. To this day, there have been no further instances of prize giveaways connected with SCP-2983. Written on the back of the poster was the following message. May, the space on the back of this poster is not large enough to tell you how much you mean to me. I've never met you, but I feel like we know each other in some cosmic sort of way. I never expected anyone could have ever bought so much cereal, but your brand loyalty has been nothing short of a spectacle. I can only reasonably come to the conclusion that you are a philanthropist who knows of the plight of the candy catalysts, and have been spending vast amounts of money to help us out of the rut we've been in for decades. I'm sorry if a simple poster is too small a gift from me to you, as I would imagine it would feel like, but I assure you that your contributions have been more than just noticed. May Waters, second founder of the Sweets and Consumables Department, look for your name on some upcoming products, and I hope to meet you in person one day. The message was signed by Judy the Tongue, the mascot featured on boxes of SCP-2983. An empty bottle shatters against the ground, sending shards of glass across the tarmac. The teens, fueled by adrenaline and cheap booze, are having a wild night, and it's just getting started. After getting booted from the local arcade for causing a scene and grabbing some greasy budget burritos from a local Mexican takeout joint, their journey led them here, the local park. For the 2 high school seniors, the playground equipment was the perfect canvas for their artistic vision. They laughed as they planned the graffiti and lewd sketches that would cover the slides and monkey bars by dawn. But before any of that can happen, a wave of childhood nostalgia washes over them. Why not go on some of the rides, for old time's sake? It's not like anybody would ever know what they did here tonight. And they're right, in the worst way possible. Little do they know, something extremely dangerous is lurking. Something that wants to cause them terrible, terrible harm, in a way that, even after it happens, they'll never truly understand. By morning, as the first rays of sunlight glint off the dew-soaked grass, it becomes clear. The teens never made it home. Their panicked parents call the police and register their concern. This isn't like them. They never stay out this long. The search begins. Calls go out to local radio shows and TV stations. Concerned citizens staple missing posters to telephone poles. By evening, the streets and nearby woods are filled with volunteers, walking in lines, clutching flashlights, calling out names into the approaching darkness. The police bring in the usual suspects, locals with a criminal history that indicate they might be a danger to local teenagers, but it doesn't turn up any meaningful evidence. Meanwhile, halfway across town, a cleaner employed by the local council sweeps up the glass from the broken whiskey bottle at the playground. As the mother watches the cleaner dump the broken glass into a garbage bag, her little boy is playing on the jungle gym with his friends. The mother's hand snakes towards her pocket, then stops. She fights the urge to reach for the pack of smokes, worrying what the other mothers will think of her if she does. It's been a stressful month, the latest of many. She doesn't have time to worry about anything else. Hell, she hasn't even heard about the missing teens. "Mommy, look how high I can climb!" She forces a smile as she watches her boy reach the top of the ropes. That smile almost becomes genuine when she sees how happy her son looks. And then her phone starts to ring. It's him. Again. Her husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, if he'll ever actually accept the divorce papers. She sighs and walks away from the playground for a moment. She doesn't want their son to hear them having another long-distance shouting match. When the humiliation ritual is over, she returns to the playground. Only something's wrong. She notices it immediately. Her son isn't there. She feels the panic pierce her chest in that instant, but tries to keep her composure. She asks one of the other mothers what happened, and they seem just as confused as her. "I think he just went down the slide," one of them says. "I wasn't looking, I'm sorry," says the other. The fear is impossible to suppress now. The mother screams her child's name, but there's no response. She climbs up the wooden structure and looks down the shaft of the metal tube slide. It's empty. Her voice echoes down as she calls the name again and again. Her horrified screaming just pours out the other side. Soon enough, one mother's panic infects the entire town. 3 missing people in 12 hours? 2 teens, 1 child? Could there be a kidnapper on the loose? It doesn't take the papers long to start running with it. Police search every inch of the playground, the fields beyond it, and even the nearby forest, but they don't find anything. The mother gives her statement to the police, and soon after, her estranged husband is also brought in for questioning. It soon goes from local news to national syndication. Extra police are soon sent in from external departments to widen the search, as phones within tens of miles of the incident give the frightening buzz of Amber Alerts. The first 24-hour window is the most important, but as the hours draw on, the hopes start to dwindle, and the local police precinct is starting to catch flack for their ineptitude. One person who isn't getting that same blowback is the mother. Soon enough, she's America's favorite terrified mother. Her email inbox is full of tabloid newspapers and online outlets begging for exclusives. They want to know how she's feeling right now. Does she have any theories as to what happened? Is there anything she'd like to say to the man who presumably has her son locked up in some basement compound? The mother is part of every search party, every night. She tromps through the undergrowth, shouting her son's name. But soon, the tone of the search starts to change. Police and search parties stop walking through forests and knocking on doors. Instead, they start trawling riverbeds and digging through gravel pits. Nobody says it, but the subtext is clear. They're not looking for a little boy anymore. They're looking for his body. Little by little, even the most ardent supporters start to peel away. It's not exciting anymore. It's grim and depressing. But even that isn't nearly as awful as what's about to happen. Slowly, at first, and then with all the speed and intensity of an avalanche, the media and then the public begins to turn on her. The headlines go from being kind and sympathetic to indifferent description of just how long the fruitless search has gone on, to active cruelty. Doesn't the mother seem like she's taking all of this too well? Doesn't she seem a little suspicious? The headlines are the lit match thrown into the tinderbox. The conspiracy theories start flying online. Internet sleuths intent on getting to the bottom of this, to finding a more believable angle. They unpack the details of the case in the most unfavorable light imaginable. Did she smile during that press conference? There must be some kind of ulterior motive here. There must be some secret underneath the surface. And as you'll find out later, there is. Just not the one anyone here would expect. The mother is still getting hundreds and sometimes thousands of messages every day, but the tone of these messages has changed with the media's depiction. "I know what you did, you monster. You can't keep getting away with this. How can you live with yourself, killing your own little boy? Did you dig a big hole for him, lady? I'm gonna dig a bigger one for you." But the messages aren't nearly as chilling as the maniacs who show up at her house. It starts with shadows, figures moving through the bushes at night, barely visible in the glow of the porch light. Then come the sounds, the dull thud of rocks against the siding, the occasional crash of something heavier smashing against a window. In one instance, someone even shot at the facade. When the police came over to investigate, she sensed an undertone of, "Everything always happens to you, doesn't it?" underneath the sympathetic smiles. Her car has been ruined by horrific graffiti multiple times. The tires slashed, the windows cracked, the doors keyed. Every single way that a person can suffer an indignity, short of physical violence, she seems to be suffering it. She even sees YouTubers and podcasters hiding in their cars, filming her as she takes out the garbage for B-roll in their documentaries about her perceived wrongdoings. She cries too much. She doesn't cry enough. Don't her eyes look like a murderer's eyes? But she'll even take all the pain that comes with being awake over the horrors that invade her dreams. Well, it's only ever one dream, actually. She's there on the day that her boy went missing, standing with the other moms at the edge of the playground, watching her little boy. Except in the dream, nobody has a face. They're all blank and smooth, with voices that sound like muffled nonsense. Her son calls out to her, and then, at the exact same time that it did in real life, her phone starts to ring. It's her husband again, her soon-to-be ex-husband. As though trapped by the certainty of the past, she steps away and answers the phone, moving liquid slow. Her husband's voice comes through the microphone next to her ear in an eerie monotone. "Why aren't you watching our boy?" She turns and sees him gone. Not just him, but everyone, as though she's completely alone in the world. She dashes over in a panic, though to her, that dash is in torturous slow motion. The words of the other mom ring with haunting clarity in her ears. "I think he just went down the slide." In a blur of panic, she scrambles into the slide, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her hands slip on the smooth plastic, her knees banging against the sides as she crawls forward. But this time, she doesn't see the faint light of the other side, just an all-consuming darkness yawning before her, pulling her in like a void. She doesn't stop to think. That's when she hears it. "Mommy!" His voice. It's faint but unmistakable. She needs to keep going, but inside, the slide feels like a desperate and terrible infinity, endless loops in cold, dark metal. Every time she feels like she's getting close to seeing her son again, he gets just a little further away. Then, everything slips out of reach. She bolts upright in bed, gasping for air, her nightshirt clinging to her sweat-soaked skin. The slide. She knows she has to go back. It's not just a dream. It's something more. A pull she can't explain. The slide. She has to go back to the slide. And that's what she does. That night, she goes back to the playground, still cordoned off with police tape fluttering in the breeze. She ducks under the cordon, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. She stands at the base of the slide, staring up at its hollow, gaping entrance. Her breath catches as she takes the first step, her fingers curling tightly around the metal rungs. They feel cold in the damp night air. She pauses at the top, and then summoning every ounce of courage, she throws herself forward, face first, her arms pinned tightly at her sides. The world blurs as she hurtles downward, the slide pulling her in faster than it ever should. And then, she's somewhere else. The throat of a deep cave, in complete darkness. The walls and ceiling close in tightly around her, the hard rock pressing against her body. She can't move, can't even wriggle her arms loose. She screams into the void, but the sound feels swallowed, crushed by the suffocating darkness. There's no echo, no sense of space beyond the tiny prison she's trapped in. She now knows what happened to her son. She just can't save him. Or herself. To someone claustrophobic, what I just described is probably worse than an eternity in hell. But that's simply par for the course when it comes to SCP-1562, also known as the Carnivorous Slide. An anomaly where the questions it raises are every bit as unsettling as the few answers we have regarding its nature. To the untrained eye, there's nothing amiss about this particular anomaly. It's a metal tube slide, 11 feet long, 3.4 meters, and 7 feet high, 2.2 meters, part of an otherwise completely non-anomalous playground in a location that, for your own safety, will remain undisclosed. There's a good chance that, even if you use the slide, you may not fall victim to its anomalous effects. That's because these effects are only activated when someone uses the slide in a very particular way. Namely, sliding down it on their stomach, face first, with their arms at their sides. When this condition is satisfied, the victim will disappear at some point during the slide, vanishing without a trace. To this day, despite the Foundation's best attempts to capture the phenomenon, it has never been directly observed. I cannot stress enough that this is very much a one-way trip, too. Nobody who has gone down the slide and disappeared has ever been recovered. Even when the Foundation has sent D-Class personnel down the slide with a tether attached to their bodies, the tether has been mysteriously cut when the person disappeared. All of this begs the unsettling question, where are all these people going? The best that the Foundation can estimate on this is that it's an extra-dimensional space, which has largely been described as an extremely cramped, cave-like environment where light ceases to work and mobility is extremely limited. Due to the position that victims are in when the anomalous effect takes place, they're rarely even able to move their arms. While here, beyond even experiencing the natural fear one would logically feel in this situation, they feel the sudden onset of panic and paranoia as their situation deteriorates. There have only ever been 2 Foundation experiments conducted on SCP-1562 before testing was suspended indefinitely. In the first, a member of D-Class personnel was tethered and sent down the slide, at which point he promptly disappeared, severing the tether. However, the long-range communication device left with the D-Class still worked. From his new location, he was able to describe not only the dark and cramped locale, but something wedged in the tunnel in front of him. He described a tiny shoe, like that of a child, laying in the tunnel in front of him. He also heard a voice talking and telling him to stop crying, even though he wasn't. When asked to describe his situation, he said, "I'm still headfirst on my stomach and my body's at an angle, but I'm in some sort of small tunnel and I'm stuck. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. I don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now." Of course, there was no way for the Foundation researchers to get him out. Instead, they asked him about the other person who seemed to be trapped in there with him. The D-Class said, He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know. But I don't think he was really talking to me because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm." They then asked him whether the other person seemed to be moving. "I don't think so. He started crying and asking for his mommy, then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please get me out now. Please hurry, my chest just..." Communication cut at this point, much to the distress of everyone involved. In response to this incident, another test was approved, this time using a member of D-Class personnel who has a smaller stature. The logic being that a thinner man might be more mobile in the enclosed space of SCP-1562's anomalous area, allowing for further exploration than the previous test subject. However, despite the difference in size, this D-Class seemed just as trapped and enclosed as the first. He reported the same disappearance of all light, the same shortness of breath, the same dirt and rock, the same tiny shoe just in front of his head. But then he started hearing a voice, one very familiar to the Foundation researchers, echoing from the dark. It was the voice of the previous D-Class. And it wasn't just his voice. He was saying everything that he'd said during the previous test at exactly the timings that he'd said it, as though someone was playing back a recording. Soon after, the voice stopped. The second D-Class's transmission was cut not long after, his last recorded words being, "Oh, thank God for that. I was starting to think that..." He was never heard from again. In light of this development, the lead researcher in the case, Dr. Carver, suspended all testing. To do any more would simply repeat the same result and sacrifice more lives to the Carnivorous slide. These days, the slide is quarantined in Testing Lab 46-V in Site 24, kept away from the public and from dangerously curious Foundation researchers who might repeat certain old mistakes. When you've done this job for long enough, you realize that sometimes not having an answer at all is kinder than knowing the awful truth beneath it all. In the nightmare, you're being chased by something you can never quite make out. It's a tall, dark figure with too many hands, but no face. In the nightmare, you're running down a hallway that keeps getting longer as the monster gains on you. All those grasping hands. One of them reaches out, grabs the scruff of your neck with long, icy fingers, and You jolt upright in bed in a cold sweat, breathing hard, eyes darting around the room as it comes into focus, treating every shadow with terrible suspicion. There's this awful feeling in the air. It's heavy on you, like a weighted blanket, some terrible new atmosphere. This is more than just the nightmare come down. You know, in your pounding little heart, that there's something in the house. Something that means you and everyone you love some terrible harm, if it hasn't done that already. There are footsteps coming down the hall, slow and creaking. Why, tonight of all nights, did you choose to leave your bedroom door open? Your growing sense of anxiety at least subsides a little when you see a familiar silhouette in the doorway. The shape of your mother come to check on you. You must have been talking in your sleep. "Everything okay, sweetie?" she asks. But that is not your mother's voice. "Mom?" you ask back, small and trembling. She steps into the room, half bathed in the light of the moon shining in through your bedroom window. It's her, but something's wrong. She's wearing a strange mask, like something you'd see above the doors to an old-fashioned theater, cast in grinning porcelain. And her skin, it's a moribund shade of off-white, like a corpse just before it starts rotting. "Why so glum, honey?" The thing that you're sure is not your mother says. She walks toward you, and your whole body tenses up. You want to run, you want to scream, but it's like invisible hands are holding you still. The woman in the mask sits at the foot of your bed. "Where's Dad?" is all you can manage. That's when you notice the kitchen knife in her hand, stained with something that looks black in the moonlight. The thing in the mask laughs and asks if you want to go see him. You don't answer. In a week's time, when it becomes suspicious to friends and neighbors that nobody has left the house in all those days, the police will intrude. They'll find a home that's devoid of all life, and a particularly memorable corpse sitting at the dining room table. It's so rotten it looks almost like it's been burned, despite no other signs of fire in the house. And the pristine white mask still fixed to its face, a strand of black ichor dripping out of its frowning mouth. What you just encountered is a unique anomaly, even among the thousands contained by the SCP Foundation. They have it on file as SCP-035, the Possessive Mask. By now, you know that the Foundation wields unparalleled knowledge in the fields of everything from paranormal happenings, extra-dimensional entities, and the dark art of thaumaturgy. But even amongst that knowledge, the true nature of SCP-035 remains a frightening question mark. To the untrained eye, it looks like little more than a white porcelain comedy mask. Or was it a tragedy mask? According to the first set of researchers assigned to the 035 case, God rest their souls, the expression on the Possessive Mask's face has been known to change between the two, and when it does so, all photographic evidence depicting the mask will also change to match it. And this is one of the minor ways that the mask gets into your head and starts to influence your mind. One constant is that when viewed from the front, a foul-smelling black liquid seems to weep and drool from the eyes and mouth of the mask. This liquid, still unquantified by Foundation research, is highly toxic and corrosive to the touch, gradually breaking down any matter that it comes into contact with, organic or otherwise. Experimentation has yielded the fact that it affects glass the slowest of all, but even then, everything breaks down eventually. If ever you're unlucky enough to find yourself in the presence of the Possessive Mask, you may be able to look beyond all that. You'll find it charming, enticing even. If you pass within 6 feet of the mask, you'll even feel a strong desire to put it on. Like its black tendrils are slithering in between the folds of your mind, like it's always been there, like its thoughts and yours are simply one and the same. And if you put on the mask, giving in to what it wants, that will soon be the case. The second the mask comes into contact with the face of a viable host, either a sentient being or an empty humanoid vessel like a mannequin or a corpse, it will produce a powerful alternate brainwave pattern, In a sentient being like you, this alternate pattern will nullify and erase your consciousness, resulting in immediate death. Think of it like a new landlord evicting an old tenant before moving in himself. When possessed by SCP-035, the mask's corroding effect becomes localized and accelerated on its host, slowly breaking down the body until it's completely inoperable, a lifeless, corroded husk. At this point, it will need to seek a new host. Concerningly for the Foundation, however, the mask can still operate its host after they've sustained a level of damage impossible to survive for any non-anomalous person. SCP-035 has been shown actively possessing hosts that looked like cadavers in an advanced state of decay, causing additional psychological distress to anyone witnessing. But don't make the mistake of thinking that 035, in possession of a host, is some mere mindless zombie. It might be the costliest mistake you ever make. The Possessive mask is one of the most intelligent, articulate, and manipulative anomalies the SCP Foundation has ever contained, showing a highly magnetic and charismatic personality, capable of conversing at length with the researchers studying it. At times, according to some reports, it seemed as though the mask was the one studying them. It's prone to flattery, slowly warming up its targets, eroding their barriers, letting their guard down. During intelligence and aptitude tests, SCP-035 has consistently been superlative. It also displays remarkable emotional intuition, as well as a photographic memory. The mechanisms behind the nature of the Possessive mask still elude its most dogged researchers, but in my own humble opinion, the question has a deceptively simple answer. The Possessive mask is evil. Pure and undiluted evil in its rawest and most malevolent form. The entity is not hateful. In fact, I'd venture to say that it's full of love. And what it loves most is breaking the minds of human beings. Through mere conversations with the mask, the psyches of researchers have been irreparably shattered. It has driven victims to dangerous actions for themselves and others. Murder, torture, indiscriminate violence, all for no other reason than to satisfy its personal sense of sadism. The mask has boasted that it has a complete understanding of the human mind, and given enough time, it could destroy or reshape the mind of anyone simply by talking to them. It's an advanced form of neuro-linguistic programming that the Foundation's finest minds can't even come close to cracking. Researchers with multiple PhDs and years in the fields of anomalous research had been reduced to mindless slaves over the course of a single interview, something that the mask takes a perverse pleasure in. And if you believe that you would be the exception, that you could match wills with the porcelain monster and come out the victor, then you're exactly the kind of mark it seeks. People are often most vulnerable when they're confident. SCP-035 is one of the most dangerous and intelligent Keter-class anomalies that the Foundation have ever encountered, and thus, it requires an exceptional level of precaution and containment with multiple layers of defense. Most immediately, the anomalous mask is contained within a specially created unit composed out of 5 panels of hermetically sealed, 4-inch thick glass. Seeing as glass reacts the slowest to the mask's corrosive black excretions, it's the best compromise for keeping the horrible thing under lock and key, at least for certain intervals of time. The larger containment chamber is reinforced with iron, steel, and lead, and the doors to the chamber are to be triple locked at all times, with the only exception being when researchers are allowed into and out of the room. Outside, no fewer than 2 armed guards stand watch to halt any unauthorized entrances with potentially lethal force. These guards are not allowed to enter the containment chamber for fear that they'll fall under the mask's thrall. An on-site psychologist performs regular checks on all of the staff members working with or even in proximity to SCP-035, checking for any potential signs of influence or mental instability. Due to the aforementioned corrosive effect of SCP-035 excretions, the smaller glass containment unit needs to be replaced every 2 weeks, with the previous containment unit being disposed of via SCP-101, a living leather satchel with an extra-dimensional interior. Anyone who comes into contact with the mask while it's possessing a host is required to undergo immediate psychological evaluation from a trained professional. For many anomalies, establishing rigorous containment procedures would be the ultimate solution. But nothing is ever simple with the Possessive mask. You see, it was first discovered in the early 1800s in the city of Venice. City authorities were breaking into an abandoned house, a stately manor on the outskirts, the occupants of which hadn't been seen in years. Inside the manor, they found a sealed tomb, and inside that sealed tomb, covered in written pleas to never free its contents, they found what would one day be known as SCP-035. The owner was long gone. To the city authorities of 1800s Venice, he seemed like a madman, his home full of countless notebooks, all littered with deranged scrawlings. He seemed to be obsessed with a place known as Alagada, though they had records of no such place. The mask's whereabouts became unknown for a time after that, though everywhere it went, death and destruction seemed to follow. The Foundation has an entire separate team dedicated to connecting historical murders and disappearances that may have involved the mask, in hopes of tracking its entire sordid tale. But after being interred at a Foundation containment site, the mask started a new reign of terror within the Foundation's very walls. A month after it was first contained, violence broke out in the facility. Right under the Foundation's nose, the mask had been manipulating the personnel on the research team, recruiting them to its sinister and mysterious cause. They started murdering their own comrades to create a distraction, while others attempted to smuggle 035 and its glass containment unit out of the site. Luckily, site security cottoned on before the plan could succeed in its ultimate objective. They intercepted and terminated the mutineers who had been manipulated by the mask's anomalous influence and returned it back to its chamber. All the survivors involved in the incident were transferred off-site for extensive psychological counseling. But this was just the beginning. The incident made the Foundation conduct further research into the anomaly's means of manipulation and discovered that SCP-035 was capable of telepathy, even when not attached to a host. This both accounted for its ability to influence people to put on the mask, as well as how it so thoroughly corrupted and controlled the former staff members who performed the insurrection on its behalf. This discovery resulted in the Foundation exercising further caution around which subjects were permitted to interact with SCP-035. Despite how intelligent and superficially charming it seemed at any point, there was no doubt they were dealing with a sadistic puppet master. All this was bad enough, but the Foundation grew substantially more concerned when it started taking interest in more ambitious potential hosts. SCP-682, the hard-to-kill reptile, and SCP-4715, a demon born of war. Both are immensely violent and powerful anomalies with regenerative capabilities, and that's exactly why the Foundation believes 035 is taking such an interest. Either might be passively regenerative enough to counteract the corrosive effect that the possessive mask has on its hosts, potentially giving it a permanent, not to mention extremely dangerous, body. Extra measures were put in place in hopes of ensuring that such an outcome never transpired, but the mask just seemed to take that as a challenge. There were a string of other escape attempts in the months that followed, all accompanied by a number of Foundation casualties. Site Command reviewed the incident logs, including all the gory details, and correctly concluded that the possessive mask was too dangerous an anomaly to be given any leeway whatsoever. They demanded that it be permanently sealed in its containment chamber and all of its host privileges revoked. It was this move that revealed just how many loyalists the mask had created in the site. There were large internal protests at the news that its steady supply of mannequin and corpse hosts were being revoked, with some of these 035 devotees taking their violent aggression out on their fellow staff members. This resulted in several murders and several more terminations of compromised personnel. Site Command dictated from that point on that staff on the 035 case be profiled and rotated frequently, with any direct or proximity contact with 035 kept to a minimum. But once again, this well-intentioned move didn't stymie the mask's effort. They just encouraged it to up its game. Soon, staff members who weren't even working with the mask, but just so happened to be working within 10 meters of its containment cell, started to bear the brunt of its secondary anomalous effects. They reported hearing unintelligible whispers, as well as a pervasive sense of unease. Some even reported the onset of severe migraines that were disrupting their ability to work. No apparent superficial changes were detected in the mask while all of this unfolded. Some of the researchers working with 035 suggested reinstating the mask's host privileges in hopes of appeasing it, but this motion was denied. Site Command refused to give in to what they saw as the mask's cruel and petty intimidation tactics. What followed was the mother of all dirty protests and would mark a substantial escalation in the mask's campaign of psychological terror. The walls themselves in 035's cell started to secrete copious amounts of black fluid, analysis of which revealed that it was composed mostly of human blood, with a number of other alien toxins and contaminants. The substance, much like the one that leaks from the front of the mask's eyes and mouth, was highly corrosive and began eating through the structural integrity of the walls. But this wasn't just random. Foundation personnel quickly noted that the corrosive sludge was forming clear shapes on the walls, full sentences in a number of different languages, including Greek, Italian, Latin, and Sanskrit, which a research team were put in charge of translating. In addition to the sentences, there were also complex diagrams depicting acts of ritual sacrifice, all involving members of staff working at that very site. During this time, the mask's powers of corrosion also seemed to increase, destroying its glass containment unit and warranting replacement at increasing speeds. On some occasions, the glass would simply shatter, leading to a sudden spike in the severity of the anomaly's effects. There were 6 casualties and 3 deaths during the cleanup efforts. In this war of attrition, it was clear that the Foundation was losing, so Site Command began resorting to anomalous countermeasures. This included lining the walls of 035's cell with SCP-148, an anomalous alloy known as Telekill, for its ability to dampen telepathic abilities. Getting any other anomaly to interact with the possessive mask could have unpredictable and potentially dangerous results, but with researchers and guards dropping like flies, they were running out of options. In a rare win for Site Command, the Telekill did its job, reducing the amount of deaths for people working in proximity to the outside of the possessive mask's containment cell. However, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and the measures to prevent the mask's power from proliferating had the unintended result of concentrating its anomalous effects with far greater potency in the containment chamber itself. Researchers working on the case referred to it as a kind of anomalous greenhouse effect. In practical terms, this made the containment cell an incredibly dangerous place to be for human beings. Subjects inside the room reported the sounds of unintelligible yet deafening voices, a general sense of dread, and a gamut of negative emotions, from depression to fear to outright rage. Spending 3 hours in the cell had even more severe effects: bleeding from the eyes and mouth, destructive tendencies, hostility to others, and the constant ringing of cruel laughter in their ears. At this point, the afflicted person was likely to slip into a state of irretrievable psychosis, the inherent mechanisms of their minds warped by the dark power of the mask. The team instructed to decode the writing that appeared on the wall were also found dead, having suffered violent demises. SCP-035 clearly had no intention of letting up. Cleanup efforts on the leaking walls also hit a diabolical roadblock. The black liquid oozing out of the walls was becoming increasingly acidic, eating through the iron, the lead, and even the Telekill. Soon enough, the cell itself would cease to have any structural integrity. If left unattended, the possessive mask would have telepathic free reign over the entire facility. In the absence of some way to reinforce the walls, they would have to be replaced entirely every 2 months. Once again, researchers suggested reinstating the host privileges for 035, a motion that Site Command once again denied. A disturbing pattern was becoming clear. Perhaps the researchers affected didn't even know it, but the mask was using them as a mouthpiece. They were all just pawns in a game of incentives, the mask bargaining and threatening until it got its way, and the Site Commanders refused to give in to its little game. SCP-035 would not reward their bravery. Soon enough, the entire cell was saturated in the dark liquid from floor to ceiling. Personnel needed to enter the room decked out in full reinforced hazmat suits if they wanted to survive even a small excursion. It had terraformed the cell into its own little slice of perdition, a horrifying concentration of dark power where the sadistic whims of the possessive mask reigned supreme, and its methods were about to get even more dangerous and extreme. Incidents with 035 became an almost daily occurrence as it exercised its power over the cell. There were incidents where it telekinetically locked the door, trapping researchers or cleaning personnel inside to be its psychic playthings.
Appendages started forming out of the corrosive fluid puddles, reaching out and trying to claim the people trapped in the room. At this point, electronic devices stopped working inside the room, including light sources, meaning that the only way to navigate the darkened room was by gas lamp or candlelight. Any attempts to clean the excretions have become completely fruitless as the room degrades further and further, leaving the site commanders to ponder their next moves. In all likelihood, they would need to remove 035 from its current cell and transport it elsewhere. And who knows what nasty little tricks it would have up its sleeve for then. The mysteries and cruelties of the Possessive Mask aren't likely to stop fascinating and frightening the SCP Foundation and the rest of us anytime soon. Behind the alternating grin and frown of its porcelain face, it's concocting plans that you or I could scarcely even comprehend. It is old, it is patient, and above all, it is monstrous. And the effect it has on everyone around it is a frightening reminder that the power dynamics here might not be in favor of the Foundation this time. In other words, it's not trapped in here with us. We're trapped in here with it.
3 SCP Foundation agents stand before a large warehouse. Their mission is simple. Enter the building, find the observation unit that has gone missing inside, recover the data from it, and leave. It should be easy, but the rundown structure they're standing in front of is no ordinary building. This is SCP-015. The leader of the group, a large, muscled man who goes by the codename of Agent 6, slides open a large door on the front of the warehouse, and immediately the whole group is struck by a sight that makes them reconsider just how easy this mission is going to be. In front of them is not a wide-open warehouse floor, but a cramped tunnel leading deeper into the building. The group has a job to do, though, and so the 3 head inside. Agent 2 first, followed by Agent Lon, the data specialist, and finally, Agent 6, the expedition leader in the rear. As they enter the narrow hall of pipes, the light from their flashlights plays off the floor, walls, and ceiling. Flashlights are one of the only items allowed in SCP-015, and they reveal what the researchers had told them in their briefing, that many of the pipes aren't made of standard materials, but instead are all sorts of strange substances like wood, glass, or even bone. The odd series of pipes have formed a twisting tunnel leading deeper into the warehouse. The group must be careful, since the floor is uneven, with pipes occasionally sticking up out of the floor like tree roots, ready to trip the unobservant. The 3 follow the corridors of pipes along the path that they each had to memorize. As they come to branching paths, Agent 2 speaks the series of turns they must take aloud. Left, left, right, left, right, right again, straight, right. And so on as they go deeper and deeper. They'd have to follow the directions exactly if they hope to reach the place where the modular robotic vehicle should be. Left, straight, straight again, right. Just a couple more turns and they'd reach the point where the MRV had sent its last signal before going offline. As they walk, though, they find that some of the passageways are getting more difficult to pass. The pipes have closed in at certain points, choking the already small tunnels down to mere crawlways. At one particularly narrow point, the group must get down on their bellies and pull themselves along the ground. After Lon and 2 exit the tight passage, Agent 6 suddenly calls out to the 2 agents ahead of him. "What is it? What's wrong?" 2 asks. "I'm stuck," comes the response from 6. Lon and 2 grab 6's arms and begin pulling. With a loud grunt from all of them, 6 finally comes free. His pant leg is shredded from the thorny wood that one of the pipes in the narrow tunnel is made from, but he's free, and they can continue on. Finally, after what seemed like an hour of walking, they finally find it. The modular robotic vehicle that had been sent in to investigate the current state of SCP-015. There's something very strange about the robot's condition, though. It looks like it has been speared right through its primary observation unit. A smooth black pipe that appeared to be made of dark fabric had pierced the vehicle right through its camera, but the lens didn't appear broken. Instead, it looked as if the pipe had somehow connected with it, docking inside the lens housing as if the 2 parts were made for each other. Other pipes had protruded from the floors and walls as well, snaking into open spots on the vehicle and lifting it up a foot off the ground. They looked over the robot, which was held helpless in the air, its wheels slowly spinning as its internal battery ran down. The agents walked around the MRV, examining it, looking confused about the fate that had befallen it. 6 suddenly broke the silence. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Lon wasn't sure what to do, though. As she got closer to the robot, she noticed that a foul-smelling substance was dripping from the pipe that had merged with the camera. Her job was to remove the data from the MRV, but they also had strict orders not to damage anything in SCP-015. So what was she to do about the robot? Wasn't it technically a part of SCP-015 now? She was worried that if she removed the data cards, then SCP-015 might... Well, she didn't know exactly. 6 didn't buy it, though. The researchers may have told them that 015 reacts, but he could see now that it's just a bunch of weird pipes. Maybe it grows or moves a bit, but how would it even know they were there? It hadn't shown any signs of sentience, let alone sapience. He wasn't going to hang around in here any longer than he had to, though, and if Lon wouldn't get on with it, then he would. 6 moves to the MRV and flips open the data cover on its side. More of the fetid liquid pours out, but he ignores it. Lon and 2 both look at each other. Did the other hear that too? It sounded like steam venting from somewhere deep inside SCP-015. 6 doesn't seem to have heard it, and begins to remove the thin data cards from the MRV. With the data now recovered, he decides to see if he could free the vehicle from the pipes. It wasn't necessarily a mission objective, but why let good Foundation property go to waste when it's right here in front of them? 6 pulls first at the MRV, then the pipes that were running into it, but he can't get it to move. It's completely stuck, seemingly fused to the pipes. "Come on, we've got the data, let's get out of here," 2 says. But 6 isn't done trying. He sets his flashlight down and uses both hands, pushing against the wall of pipes with his foot to gain additional leverage, when suddenly, there's a creaking sound. "Ha! I think I got it." But 6 was mistaken. It wasn't the sound of the MRV coming free that he had heard, but the sound of the floor underneath him giving way. 6 falls into the floor up to his armpits, and the other 2 agents rush to help him. But as they do, they notice the glow and immediate burst of heat coming from the hole. Thickly flowing molten glass begins to fill the hole, and Agent 6 cries for help as they desperately try to pull him free. His cries turn into screams of desperation as they each grab an arm and, after a struggle, finally manage to free him and drag him from the hole. 6 is no longer screaming as he is pulled free, though. His eyes and mouth are locked wide in sheer panic. Lon is now the one who starts to scream, as she realizes that they have pulled only the top half of Agent 6 from the hole above the fiery pit. The bottom half of his body is completely gone, burned away by the heat of the liquid glass. There's no time to be shocked, though, because pipes begin to hiss and ping all around them. A wooden pipe above 2 and Lon suddenly bursts, sending a cloud of dust flying into their faces. It's powdered glass, and it starts to pour out of the broken pipe, covering what's left of 6 completely. 2 spits out a thick stream of blood, his mouth shredded from the glass particles, as Lon desperately tries not to rub them deeper into the cuts in her eyes. They both know they can't stay here, though. They have to run. The pipes are deafening as they move as quickly as they can back the way they came. It sounds like a train is barreling through the building. They're surrounded by chaos. Boiling chemicals pour out of one pipe. Tiny slicing rose thorns spray out of another. They come to a crawlway that's just a couple feet wide, but it's their only way forward, and they have no choice but to enter. 2 dives in and starts crawling. Lon is hesitant, but a blast of steam from a pipe near her head convinces her she has no choice, and she follows after him. 2 wriggles through the narrow passage and is surrounded by more sounds of pipes creaking all around him. Each one seems like it might burst and pour who knows what deadly substance onto him. But he has to suppress his fear and keep moving forward. Finally, he emerges into a wider hallway. He turns and looks back at the hole. Lon should have been right behind him, but there's no sign of her. He sticks his head back in and calls for her. There's no response, but he can hear her still in there, somewhere in the dark, struggling. He has to help her. 2 gets back into the passage and starts crawling. She couldn't have been that far behind him, probably just around the next turn. But as he crawls around the bend, there's nothing there, just another wall of pipes. The passage has been sealed up. It's a dead end. He presses his ear to the wall and can hear Lon screaming on the other side. He hits his flashlight against the pipes in anger. The pipe shakes for a moment, then bursts, spraying out a black liquid that covers his hand. It's some kind of corrosive acid, and he screams as it burns through his gloves to the flesh beneath. He quickly crawls backwards out of the narrow tunnel and emerges back out into the wider passage. Chu cradles his hand, trying not to look at the exposed bone. "I'm sorry," he cries as he runs through the tunnel of pipes towards what he hopes is the exit. "I'll get help. I'll come back, I swear." Lon can't hear his promises, though. She heard what she thought was a pipe burst followed by 2's cries, but she doesn't know now if he's dead or alive. She decides she has no choice but to go back the way she came. Maybe there's another way out. But after moving just a few inches, her feet touch a solid wall. She's trapped in a space no bigger than a coffin. She feels around, but there's nothing here in the dark. Nothing at all. Just smooth, fuzzy, warm pipes. No, wait. There is something. A gap in the ceiling. But it's just the open end of another pipe. And now, there's something dripping out of it. Droplets of whatever the substance is land on her face, and then a full stream of liquid pours out onto her. She coughs as it gets into her mouth, but then realizes that it's sweet. It's honey? At least it wasn't molten glass or deadly acid. Maybe she could even survive for a time on the liquid until another expedition team came to rescue her. Her brief moment of hope is cut short when she realizes that the pipe isn't stopping and that she's already lying in an inch-deep pool of honey. Lon beats on the walls and ceiling as the honey continues to rise around her and screams for help. She tries to plug the pipe with her fingers, but it's no use. Nothing can stop more and more of it from pouring out. The honey continues to rise around her, and all she can do is scream and claw at the pipes that have created her tomb. She presses her lips to the ceiling in an attempt to gain one last breath before the honey completely fills the space. Her final choking gasps are sickly and sweet as the honey fills her lungs. Agent 2 keeps running through the tunnel of pipes. His hand no longer hurts, at least, either from the shock or from the fact that all the nerve endings had been burned away. The horrible sounds coming from the pipes seem to have stopped too. Maybe he really would make it out of this alive. Lon might have found another way out too. There's no telling how many routes through this maze of pipes exist. He would probably exit the building to find her outside waiting for him. Poor Agent 6, though. He never had a chance after opening that cover on the MRV. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted, though, when his foot catches on an unseen pipe and he falls forward onto the floor. Or rather, he should have fallen on the floor. Instead, a pit opens up in the ground, leading to a steep, sloping floor of pipes. He screams and tries to stop himself, but the slick liquid covering everything makes it impossible for him to slow his descent, and he begins to slide down the pipes. His dimming flashlight shows what seemed to be an endless tunnel of pipes stretching down into the dark. The tube of pipes twisted this way and that, slamming him into the walls on either side, tumbling him head over feet. And the descent never seemed to end. He screamed until his voice went hoarse, then gave out entirely. He didn't have any way to mark the passage of time, other than when his flashlight finally started to flicker and then dim, before finally dying. He slid down the endless tunnel of pipes for what felt like days in the darkness, far deeper than they physically should have been able to go. When the friction of the pipes began to tear his skin away, it was almost welcome. At least there would finally be an end. Following the loss of the SCP-015 recovery team, the data on the modular robotic vehicle was deemed non-vital, and no further expeditions were authorized in order to try and recover it. SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatuses that have completely filled an otherwise nondescript warehouse located in a major American city. Anytime the warehouse is not being directly observed, the pipes will begin to grow, filling nearly all of the available space in the building, but also trying to connect to other nearby structures through the sewer and other subterranean infrastructure systems. The current best estimate of Foundation researchers is that the building contains over 190 kilometers of pipes, which range from just 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter in diameter. While some of these pipes will look new, others have the appearance of being rusted or damaged, with many showing signs of leaking. The pipes are made of a strange assortment of materials as well, including bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. Oddly, no pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other material one would normally expect to be used for the production of pipes have been found. But by far the strangest anomalous quality of SCP-015 is that it appears to react to aggressors. Should the building detect that the personnel inside of it are carrying tools, or if they make any attempt to either damage or repair any of its pipes, they will trigger an immediate reaction. Pipes near the offending subject will often burst, spraying them with a variety of liquids that have included oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. More and more pipes will continue to burst around the subject until they either retreat from SCP-015 or are killed. SCP-015 was discovered by the Foundation after reports that pipes emanating from a warehouse had mysteriously started to connect to multiple other nearby structures, with no obvious answer for how or why they had suddenly begun emerging from the structure. The pipes were eventually able to be cut back and are now solely within the warehouse once again, but the human cost of containing SCP-015 has been high, and so far, 11 SCP personnel have been killed in their interactions with the anomaly, and an additional 20 are still missing. All of the missing are presumed to also be dead, though there have been reports of banging and screaming coming from within the building that may indicate they are still alive in some form. SCP-015 has been classified as Euclid, and because the building itself is impossible to move, it has been effectively contained on site. The Foundation maintains a gap of at least 2 meters around the warehouse, and no structures are allowed to be built that make contact with the building's outer walls. Should any protrusions from SCP-015 be detected, the pipes are to be immediately capped and sealed. Internal exploration of SCP-015 is permitted with approval from senior staff, but following numerous losses within the site, expedition teams must consist of 3 members, all of whom are equipped with safety lines and GPS tracking. The teams are not allowed to bring any hand or power tools within the building, nor are they to attempt any repairs or maintenance of any kind while inside. There's no need to enforce these rules, though, seeing as SCP-015 appears more than happy to terminate the offenders itself. The SCP Foundation contains many anomalous locations, though SCP-015 may just be one of the strangest.
Honestly, no. It doesn't feel like anything is working, the woman tells the man who is seated across the room from her. She's been coming to see him for several months now, but she doesn't feel like she's made progress on any of her issues. The man listens and nods as he jots down some notes on his pad of paper. He has something he wants to discuss with her. She may feel as though she's run out of options, but there is one other thing they could try. He's seen lots of success using this with his other patients, though it's a technique that many would deem to be rather unconventional. The woman is unsure. Unconventional techniques don't exactly instill her with confidence. But at this point, what did she have to lose? The man stands up and motions for the woman to follow him. He leads her out of his office to a section of his practice that she's never seen before, where they stop in front of a closed door. On the door is a window covered by a curtain, and she notices that there are a set of strong locks as well. He unlocks the door and ushers her inside, where she finds that it is a small room, maybe 10 feet across at most, with thick padding on the floor and walls, and bright white lights set into the ceiling. He tells her to wait there just a moment and to make herself comfortable before he excuses himself. The woman looks around at the padded room, wondering just what it is that she's agreed to. The man returns, and now he's holding something. A garment bag. He unzips it to reveal a dark piece of clothing inside, but when he takes it out, she sees now that it isn't clothing at all, at least not any normal kind. It's a straitjacket. The woman is scared, unsure if she wants to go through with this, and he does his best to put her at ease. If she's uncomfortable, she certainly doesn't have to do anything she doesn't want to, but he reiterates that he has had great results using this with some of his other patients. It's been something of a miracle cure. Well, no, cure is the wrong word. He corrects himself and explains that this won't cure her in the way that she's probably thinking, but rather what he's found is that this therapy is able to provide a momentary relief from symptoms, a chance to see what life is like without being plagued by the issues that have led her to seek his help. Once she has gotten a glimpse at what life is like without these burdens, they can work towards bringing her back to that point through other therapies and techniques. This might be just the breakthrough she needs to finally make something work. The woman is still skeptical, but she is desperate to find anything that will help her escape the thoughts constantly plaguing her mind so that she can get back to being the person she wants to be. And after a moment of thought, she agrees to go through with the procedure. The therapist tells the woman to hold her arms out in front of her and places the straitjacket on her. She can see and feel now that it is made of black leather, and it fits her perfectly, almost as if it were made just for her. She turns around, and he pulls the straps tight before fastening them in place. The woman, standing in the small padded room and fully constrained by the black leather straitjacket, turns to the man and asks, "Now what?" "Now we wait," he tells her before backing out of the room. "A warning, though." "Now a warning?" she says. "This is a one-off procedure. You can only do it once," he tells her before closing the door. She's confused. Is this the procedure? He's locking her in a cell? What is going on? She never should have agreed to this. Her mind starts to race, filling with bad thoughts, and they get even worse when the lights suddenly go out. She starts to panic, breathing heavily in the dark from both fear and from being constricted by the leather straitjacket. She calls out that she has changed her mind. She doesn't want to do this after all. No response. She's serious. She wants to end this right now and leave the room. It isn't working. It's actually making her feel worse. All the fears and anxieties that plague nearly every moment of her life come rushing in at once. Her mind races as she can feel all the telltale signs of a panic attack starting, a million little issues pulling her apart at the seams, leaving her stretched out and helpless to do anything to stop it. But then suddenly, there's a change. Like a cool breeze blowing across her face, the feelings of hopelessness and despair start to dissipate. Her anxieties feel as though they were melting away into the dark, leaving her with only the comforting embrace of the straitjacket. It isn't that she feels happy necessarily. She simply feels normal, content with herself and her situation. It's an incredible feeling, and she basks in the joy of not feeling bad. She doesn't know how long she's in the dark room feeling content. Minutes, maybe hours. But eventually the door opens and the lights come on. Her session is over. She leaves the office with a new perspective on life. Most of the feelings of satisfaction have gone away already, but still she feels renewed, ready to tackle her issues so she can feel what she felt in the straitjacket again, so she can feel normal. By the next day, though, her new lease on life is completely gone, and she's on the phone with the man pleading with him to let her come in immediately and wear the straitjacket again. He warned her, though, that it was a one-off procedure. Too much exposure is dangerous. She needs to focus on other treatments instead. The woman only wants to come wear it for a little bit, though, just a few minutes to feel that way again. He tells her it's impossible, though. She should be happy it was so successful and move on to new techniques. And besides, he's leaving for a conference and won't be back for a week. They can discuss things again when he gets back. It's raining that night as a figure in a dark coat breaks the glass on the front door and reaches through to unlock the door. The woman enters the office and hangs her wet jacket on the wall. Her flashlight illuminates the room they have their sessions in. No one is there. She walks deeper into the building and spots the door to the padded room. She passes by and goes even further to a back room that she's never been in before. In the room, against a wall, is a metal trunk. She opens it to find the dark garment bag with the leather straitjacket inside. "What do you want me to do again?" the young man asks. He was just supposed to be delivering a pizza, and his boss would be angry to learn that he allowed a customer to invite him in. "This is my office," she tells him, "and I'm working on some new techniques for my patients, but I need to try them out myself first. That makes sense, right?" "Well, sure, I guess," he responds. "But for this particular one, I need some help. It's a secret, though, so I can't get any of my colleagues to help me. But you can help me, right?" The young man nervously swallows the soda she's given him and nods in agreement. She explains that all he has to do is help her tighten the straitjacket, close the door, turn off the lights, and listen. In a little while, when she's finished, she'll ask him to come inside and take it off her. That's it. The young man still seems a little wary of the request. "What happened to your door?" he asks, but she ignores his question and pushes a wad of cash into his hand. The young man shuts the door to the padded cell, and a moment later, the lights go out. The woman is almost immediately taken back to the same mental place she was before. All of the thoughts that constantly repeat in her mind, the ones that she's never able to turn off, suddenly go quiet. She sighs with relief in her dark, safe space. But then, she feels something. Not in her mind, but on her face. A twitch, just a little facial spasm. But then another. There's something wrong. Her face suddenly feels very tight, like it's being stretched. Her eyes grow wide. Her mouth pulls into an unintentional sneer. The young man hears the woman's muffled cries from inside the room and opens the door, but what he sees causes him to emit his own scream before he turns and runs out of the office into the stormy night. "What the heck?" the man thinks as he looks at the broken window on his office door. He enters to see that the door is still unlocked and that there's glass on the floor inside. He walks inside his office and looks around and doesn't see anything. But in an instant, there's a moment of realization. He runs to the back, to the door to the padded cell. The door to the room is ajar, and he listens. Is that breathing inside? He opens the door to the dark cell and turns on the light. The black leather straitjacket is sitting in the middle of the floor, except it isn't the floor anymore. Now, instead, a stretched layer of skin is spread across the padded room, with the outline of flattened bones visible underneath. The man's mind can't comprehend what it is that he's looking at, but then he sees it. In the far corner of the room is the stretched-out face of the woman, her eyelids pulled too tight to blink, leaving her eyes staring up at him. Through a stretched, contorted mouth, she whispers, "Help me." Is there anything crueler than an object that is able to treat your mental health issues, yet has some of the most devastating side effects imaginable? In this humble doctor's opinion,
No. And today's anomaly is just such an object. Designated SCP-482, it is perhaps better known as the mentally mutating straitjacket. SCP-482 is a black leather straitjacket that is quite similar in appearance and construction to a mass-produced version, though as you'll see, it is completely unique. Although the straitjacket is comparable in size to other medium-sized versions, it is somehow able to fit virtually any and all body types and sizes. A tag inside contains the words, "Made in Xiaoyan, hand wash only, no acerahena powder," in faded text, though neither the city nor acerahena powder appear to exist in any records that the SCP Foundation has been able to locate. There are no signs of wear on SCP-482, but there are several cuts on the straps that cinch the garment closed, and testing has shown that it is able to be further damaged, though any additional investigations of the extent to which it can be damaged have been suspended due to the lack of viable duplicates. The real anomalous effects of SCP-482 occur when the straitjacket is worn, and the two main effects, which occur one after the other, have been designated as time point alpha and time point beta. Time point alpha is used to refer to the initial stage of a subject wearing SCP-482 and can last a varied period of time, though it is most often between 1 and 6 hours of wear. During this period, the subject will report feeling mentally better, and any negative mental afflictions that they suffer from or are forced to deal with will appear to disappear completely. Additionally, any medications that they may be on will have their effects negated entirely, leading to them returning a result on Foundation standard psychological tests that is consistent with a baseline mentally stable individual. The effects of time point alpha are temporary, and once the subject is separated from SCP-482, any mental illnesses they are living with will be seen to return, but they will disappear once more if the straitjacket is worn again. However, the amount of time a subject spends experiencing the effects of time point alpha are cumulative, and given enough time inside of the straitjacket, they will always eventually reach the second stage of SCP-482. Time point beta refers to the subsequent time period that passes if a subject is still wearing SCP-482 once time point alpha lapses. During this period, the changes to the subject will no longer be mental, and instead, they will begin to experience physical effects. The exact nature of the physical changes will vary, though they do seem to be related in some way to the subject's own mental health issue, with the degree of the change also seemingly related to the severity of their issue. Through the testing of SCP-482 by Foundation researchers on D-Class personnel, a number of different manifestations of the straitjacket's anomalous effects have been documented, and they're recorded in a file designated Experiment Log SCP-482. In the first test, a male D-Class diagnosed with schizophrenia was placed inside of the leather straitjacket. He immediately reported feeling eerily calm, and he was observed to simply sit and stare at the wall with a blank expression for 2 hours and 49 minutes, a period which was later determined to be his time point alpha. Time point beta began 1 minute later at 2 hours and 50 minutes when the subject's body began to contort, and he remarked that he was in a great deal of pain. Various parts of the subject's body began to increase in mass and size, including his head, as his eyes began to bulge out. He called in agony while attempting to make eye contact with the researchers who were observing through a glass viewing window for 34 minutes until a termination order was given. Subsequent examination of the subject's body revealed that his body mass had increased by roughly 180% due to rapid bone and muscle growth. It's unclear what physical process caused this, though genetic tests showed that his DNA had abnormally shortened telomere strands. The observers also reported they experienced an unnatural feeling that rendered them unable to move in a normal manner while the subject was making eye contact with them. For the second test, another male D-Class, though one who had been diagnosed with a paranoid personality disorder, was placed in the straitjacket. During his alpha exposure, he reported a satisfying quiet in his head, with none of the disembodied voices that normally plagued his thoughts speaking to him. He still appeared content after 2 hours and was taken out of the suit, though after requesting to be placed back inside, he was allowed to return to wearing SCP-482. After an additional 1 hour and 30 minutes, though, the beta exposure began. Visible bulges appeared on his neck and shoulders, and after 4 minutes, he began screaming for someone to stop talking and get out of his head. More bulges appeared on his body, and audio recording equipment in the room picked up mysterious sounds that analysis has revealed to have been as many as 7 distinct voices speaking in an unknown language. The termination order was issued 25 minutes later, and a later autopsy revealed that each bulge actually contained a fully formed mouth and voice box. Observing researchers also reported that during the test,
they had seen flashes of movement in their peripheral vision, and subsequent review of the taped footage revealed small shadows appearing and disappearing in the room throughout the test. Next up was a female D-class who had been diagnosed with hyperphagia, which is a disorder that can cause an extreme increase in appetite and can remove the ability to satiate one's hunger. Upon being placed in SCP-482, she remarked that, "For the first time ever, I am actually full." She felt this way for an hour and 58 minutes, after which she began to feel a pain in her abdomen. The D-class fell into the fetal position as the pain increased, and her limbs were observed to begin retracting into her body, accompanied by loud snapping sounds as presumably the bones started to crack and break. "Oh God, it's eating me! Oh God, it hurts!" she cried out, and a termination order was immediately issued. The autopsy that followed revealed that the woman's body had somehow formed a second digestive system that had begun to consume her own body mass, and if left unchecked, would have eventually digested it in its entirety. Following this test, the observing researchers reported that they were unable to satisfy their own hunger cravings with normal amounts of food, and several of them actually had to be restrained by security staff in the on-site cafeteria. Luckily, these urges appeared to fade after several days. In the final test, a D-class personnel with pyromania was placed in SCP-482. Despite the impulse control disorder normally causing them to start fires whenever given the chance, they now ignored all of the flammable materials offered to them by researchers. After 1 hour and 33 minutes, though, thermometers in the testing room noted a sudden sharp rise in temperature. This was followed by a powerful explosion of heat and flames when the D-class spontaneously ignited. The testing room was completely destroyed, and nearby hallway A13 suffered catastrophic damage. All observing researchers were also lost in the conflagration. SCP-482, though, survived. Surprisingly, the body of the D-class was also able to be recovered, and though the autopsy was made difficult due to the heat it still exuded, a discovery was made. Inside the body, a new organ was found, one that appeared to be sustaining some type of constant reaction that produced heat, as well as strong magnetic waves, and this organ has been placed in containment for future study. SCP-482 is currently being kept in a containment locker at a secure site, with access restricted to Level 2 personnel and above. The maximum time allowed for testing is 1 hour after mutations manifest, and any test subjects who reach time point beta are to be terminated. Following termination, SCP-482 is to be removed from their body prior to autopsy. The straitjacket is then to be thermally cleansed and all biological traces of the prior subject removed before it is used for testing again. Now I bet you are telling yourself, well, this sounds pretty easy to contain. I bet this is a safe class anomaly. And normally, I would agree with you. But perhaps you noticed something strange in the experiment log. Did you pay attention to the reports from observing researchers that they too had begun to experience some rather unusual effects simply from watching SCP-482 affect a subject? Did it seem to you as though the mentally mutating straitjacket was somehow projecting the mental illnesses experienced by the subjects onto those observing it? It appears that there may be more to SCP-482 than first meets the eye, and this mystery only deepens when one reads the containment procedures on this anomaly's file and realizes that the person overseeing SCP-482 research is none other than SCP Foundation legend, Dr. Bright. Is the actual testing of SCP-482 not actually taking place on the D-Class personnel, but on the SCP Foundation researchers? A convoluted experiment designed to discover the true extent of its anomalous effects. When it comes to this Euclid-class anomaly, only Dr. Bright knows for sure.
The sun was shining brightly, casting a warm glow over the backyard. Balloons tied to chairs and fences swayed gently in the breeze. Laughter rang out, mingling with the gleeful barks of a golden retriever chasing after a ball. Children darted across the lawn, their high-pitched squeals of delight filling the air as the dog bounded after them. Nearby, parents gathered around a table draped with a checkered cloth, sipping on cool drinks and chatting, their conversations punctuated by affectionate glances toward their playful kids. Everything seemed perfect. Almost too perfect. But there was something off, something you couldn't quite put your finger on. Near the edge of the yard, the bushes shifted ever so slightly. The movement was subtle, barely enough to register, yet there was something deliberate about it. If anyone had been watching closely, they might have seen it. A flash of something obscured by leaves. Something hidden. Watching. One of the children, a boy no older than 8, wandered closer to the bushes, chasing after a stray ball. He stopped just short of the greenery,
peering into its shadows. A sudden stillness came over him. His body froze, arms limp at his sides, and his eyes wide with panic. The golden retriever barked in the distance, the sound barely covering a peculiar noise, a rhythmic, fleshy pounding, like something soft being repeatedly struck. And then, as abruptly as it had started, it stopped. "The cake! Go get it!" A voice called out from the sliding glass door, sharp and impatient. A woman held the door open with one hand, her other hand resting on her hip. She glanced toward the gathering in the garden, then back inside, clearly annoyed that no one was listening. Outside, a man sighed, putting his drink down on a chair. He left the lively sounds of the party behind as he stepped into the house. The watcher in the bushes shifted their focus, following the man's movement. The house had a small window, low to the ground, partially open. Beyond it, the faint outline of stairs were just visible. The watcher's gaze locked onto the window, then slowly, it began to move towards it. Inside the house, the man walked down a quiet hallway toward a door. Small footsteps padded behind him, and he turned to see a tiny figure following him. A toddler, no more than 3 years old. She was holding a stuffed animal close to her chest, her little feet struggling to keep up. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice soft and curious. Her father smiled down at her. He stopped in front of the basement door and crouched so they were eye to eye. "Stay here, okay? I'll be right back." The toddler hugged her toy, her big eyes staring at the door. She didn't move, but her curiosity was clear. The man opened the door, and a faint creak echoed through the hallway. The basement stairs were steep, disappearing into the shadows below. He stepped inside, the stairs groaning under his weight as he descended. The door swung closed behind him, but didn't fully latch. The toddler stood still, staring at the gap. Outside, the figure in the bushes crept closer to the small, open window. The basement was dim and cool. An old refrigerator emitted a faint hum in the far corner. The man's footsteps creaked against the worn wooden stairs. Overhead, the weak glow of a single bulb barely illuminated the room. The man paused near the bottom step, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom. Then, he heard it. It wasn't loud, just a soft shuffle in the darkness, but it was enough to draw his attention to the far end of the basement. His gaze locked onto a figure just beyond the reach of the light. He cocked his head, squinting. "I don't remember you being down here," he said, his voice tinged with confusion. He took a cautious step forward, his head tilting slightly as if trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The figure remained still, silent. He hesitated, shifting his weight forward, when something dropped from the figure's shadowy form, a small, glistening object that bounced once on the floor before rolling to a stop against the man's shoe. He glanced down. It was a piece of candy, brightly colored and oddly inviting. He let out a short laugh, shaking his head. "What is this, some kind of weird prank?" he muttered. Amused, he bent down, picked up the candy, and popped it into his mouth. The sweetness hit his tongue immediately, but there was an odd, metallic tang underneath it. A few moments passed. His grin faded. Something felt strange. His body jerked violently as a sudden spasm racked his chest. He stumbled backward, clutching at his stomach. His legs gave way, and he fell hard onto the cold, concrete floor, convulsing uncontrollably. The figure in the shadows didn't move. Its unblinking gaze was fixed on the man as he writhed. From above, a tiny voice called out, "Daddy?" The man's eyes widened further, filled with panic. He tried to respond, but no sound escaped his lips. He strained, every muscle in his body desperate to speak, to warn her. "Daddy?" the voice repeated, softer this time. Closer. At the top of the stairs, the little girl peered into the dim basement. She couldn't see much, just the outline of her father at the bottom. She hesitated, her tiny fingers gripping the banister. Then, she heard a strange scuffling sound, like something heavy dragging across the floor, followed by a low grunt. It was almost drowned out by the sharp sound of something wet hitting the ground. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice quivering slightly. The little girl stepped carefully onto the first stair, then the second. Her stuffed animal hung limply from her hand as she descended, one tiny step at a time. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, the little girl paused. The dim light of the basement bulb flickered weakly,
casting long, uneven shadows across the cold, concrete floor. Her father lay crumpled in a fetal position, his body unnaturally still. She tilted down her head, her wide eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and confusion as she peered at him.
Daddy?
She whispered softly. She took a step closer. That's when she saw the dark red streaks running down his torso and legs. They glistened faintly in the weak light, and for a moment, she thought it was water. But as she stepped closer, the streaks looked thicker, darker. Her small, patent leather shoes made a soft, scuffing sound against the floor as she inched forward. She froze when she heard it. Drip. She looked down. Drip. A heavy, wet sound broke the silence again, and her gaze followed the noise. At her feet, something bright and colorful caught her eye. It rolled lazily across the floor before coming to a stop near her shoe. She crouched down, her tiny hands brushing the cold concrete as she picked it up. It was a piece of candy, round and shiny, its surface slick with something that wasn't syrup. She held it up to the light, her curiosity overriding the faint sense of unease creeping into her chest. She turned her gaze back to her father, her small brows furrowing as she took another step forward. The dark streaks on his legs glistened again, and she realized they weren't water at all. They were the source of the candy. Drip. Another piece rolled free, landing with a faint thud near her foot. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she bent down to pick up a piece. Without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully, before her face lit up with delight. The little girl looked past her father and saw it, the thing in the basement. It was crouched low, watching her. Its form was impossible to make out entirely, a blur of shifting textures and colors that didn't seem to belong in the dim light. The little girl's eyes lit up again, a wide smile spreading across her face.
"Oh,"
she gasped, her tiny voice full of delight. She dropped her stuffed animal and started to run toward it. She didn't make it far. Her small body froze mid-step, just like her father's. Her arms snapped in front of her with a crack, her little legs locked in place. Her wide, joyful eyes were now filled with shock and confusion. Moments later, her hair began to fall out in clumps, drifting softly to the floor like leaves in the wind. Then, her skin changed. Patches of what looked like pink papier-mâché sprouted across her body, twisting and curling, as if forming a grotesque, living sculpture. The thing in the basement shifted slightly, its attention fully on her now. The sound of something wet and heavy hitting the floor echoed again, the only noise breaking the suffocating silence. Outside, the laughter and chatter of the garden party continued, but a persistent whine broke through the noise.
"I want my cake!"
The birthday boy tugged at his mother's arm, his face scrunched up in frustration. She sighed, clearly trying to keep her composure.
"Your father and sister are getting it from the basement,"
she said, brushing crumbs off her hands. The boy frowned, crossing his arms. He turned to his friends, a small group of kids around his age who had gathered nearby.
"Come on,"
he said, determination in his voice.
"Let's go get it ourselves."
The group exchanged glances before nodding. The dog, ever eager to follow the commotion, bounded after them as they marched toward the house. Inside, the basement door still hung slightly ajar. The birthday boy led the group through the hallway, his fists balled up as he pushed the door open. The stairs creaked ominously under the weight of the children as they lined up along the steps, peering into the dim basement below.
"Dad?"
the boy called out, his voice wavering slightly. At the bottom of the stairs, they could see him, curled up on the floor, back turned. The little girl was nowhere in sight.
"Where's your sister?"
one of the boys whispered. The birthday boy shrugged. He stepped down, the others following close behind. As they reached the base of the stairs, the birthday boy's eyes landed on something scattered across the floor. Candy. Bright, colorful pieces, mixed in with something darker. The dog wasted no time, darting forward to sniff at the candy before gobbling it up eagerly. The boys hesitated only for a moment, their curiosity overriding their unease.
"Candy!"
one of them whispered, bending down to grab a piece.
"Sweet!"
another said as he popped one into his mouth, chewing quickly.
One by one, the boys followed suit, each grabbing handfuls of candy from the floor and eating them without a second thought. The birthday boy hesitated, glancing back at his father, but then his resolve crumbled. He grabbed a piece and tasted it, the sugary sweetness almost masking the metallic tang of blood. He edged closer to his father, his steps tentative, but as he angled himself to see his father's face, he froze. His mouth fell open, his small chest heaving as tears welled up in his eyes. His father's torso had been ripped open. A massive, jagged gash ran down his body, and where his organs should have been, candy spilled out instead. The bright, sugary pieces glistened wetly in the dim light.
"Something's wrong with your dog, dude,"
one of the boys said behind him. The golden retriever was lying on its side, convulsing violently. Its limbs jerked unnaturally, foam bubbling at its mouth before it fell still. But the boy didn't respond. His tear-streaked face stayed locked on his father. One of the other kids had wandered toward the corner of the basement.
"Hey, look at this,"
he said, pointing. The others turned to see what he was looking at, a pink pinata, oddly shaped and sitting in the shadows.
"That's cute,"
one of the boys said, grinning. The first boy moved closer, curious.
"How'd this get here?"
He wondered aloud. As he stepped toward it, the pinata shifted. At first, it seemed like it was just settling, but then it moved again, this time stepping toward him. The boy giggled nervously.
"Guys, it moved."
He reached out a hand as if to touch it. Then, just like the man and the little girl before him, he froze. His arms snapped in front of him with a sharp, unnatural crack. The others laughed, assuming he was playing a game. But their laughter faded as his hair began to fall, drifting to the floor in soft tufts. Then the pink papier-mâché started appearing, spreading over his skin like it was alive. His face contorted, but his body stayed stiff, locked in place.
"What's he doing?"
one of the boys whispered, laced with fear and confusion. A scream erupted, sharp and terrified, as the group finally realized something was wrong. More screams followed, echoing through the basement and rising into the house above. In the garden, the parents paused mid-conversation, their laughter faltering. The sound of the boys' screams pierced the air for only a moment before it suddenly went silent.
"Kids,"
one of the parents said, chuckling nervously, "they're just playing." But another frowned, glancing toward the house. What if they weren't just playing? A small group of parents exchanged uneasy looks before heading inside to investigate. The parents descended the basement steps cautiously. At the bottom, the scene that greeted them stopped them cold. The father's lifeless body with candy scattered across the blood-stained floor, the dog lay twitching in the throes of a violent seizure. But what should have been a group of kids was something far worse. Pink pinatas filled the room, standing upright like small, grotesque soldiers. They varied in size and shape, their surfaces warped and patched with jagged papier-mâché. Slowly, all of them turned in unison, their dark, hollow eyes locking onto the parents at the stairs.
"What the—"
one of the parents muttered, his voice trailing off. The pinatas began to move. At first, it was a slow, jerky shuffle, but as they drew closer, their movements grew more coordinated, almost human-like.
"Run!"
someone yelled, breaking the trance. The parents frantically turned, trying to flee up the stairs. The pinatas stepped over the father's lifeless body, their hollow eyes unblinking, as they climbed the stairs toward the rest of the house. Inside the home, the pinatas moved with an eerie sense of purpose. Their jerky mechanical steps carried them through the rooms. They reached the sliding glass door leading to the backyard, a small army of unsettling pink figures, hollow eyes glinting in the sunlight. The garden buzzed with laughter and conversation, the clinking of glasses mixing with the delighted squeals of children playing tag. Drinks were being refilled, and parents chatted in small groups, glancing occasionally at their kids. Near the back of the garden, a few adults who had just fled the basement stood huddled together, their faces pale and eyes wide with panic.
"You don't understand,"
one of them stammered, their voice low but urgent. "There's something down there. It's—" Before they could finish, the sliding glass door to the house slid open. Heads turned as pinatas began to emerge, their stiff, unnatural movements drawing the attention of everyone in the garden. The children's eyes lit up, and they pointed excitedly.
Pinatas!
One of them exclaimed, their voice filled with glee. The adults exchanged confused glances. What were those things? The group from the basement froze, their breath catching in their throats. As the pinatas moved closer, a boy broke away from the group, his curiosity overriding the unease shared by the adults.
Cool!
He said, running toward one of the strange pink figures.
No, stop!
A parent called out, but it was too late. The boy froze mid-step, his body locking in place as if an invisible force had taken hold. His arms dangled at his sides, and his wide eyes darted frantically. The nearest pinata shuffled closer, its hollow gaze fixed on him. Without hesitation, it raised its paper fists and began to strike. The blows were brutal, reverberating with sickening thumps. Candy spilled from the boy's torso, colorful and gleaming in the sunlight, as the pinata continued to hammer him until his lifeless form crumpled to the ground. For a moment, the garden was silent. The adults stared, paralyzed by shock, their faces pale with horror. Then, the silence shattered. The adults screamed in terror, their voices blending into a cacophony of panic, but the young children screamed with delight, their glee cutting through the chaos.
Candy!
One of them yelled, running toward the pile.
Wait, don't do it!
A parent cried, lunging to stop them, but it was too late. The children swarmed the candy, grabbing handfuls and stuffing it into their mouths. Their giggles rang out as they chewed, oblivious to the blood staining the ground. The changes began almost instantly. One child froze mid-bite, their body trembling, as their hair began to fall in clumps. Another dropped to their knees, their skin splitting and sprouting pink papier-mâché. Within minutes, the children who had eaten the candy were no longer human. Their forms twisted grotesquely as they morphed into new pinatas, their movements identical to the originals. The remaining parents fought desperately to pull their children away from the candy and the advancing pinatas, but the pinatas kept coming, unrelenting, their hollow eyes fixed on the chaos they were creating. One of the fathers, standing near the barbecue, acted on pure adrenaline. He ripped the grill off its stand, flames still licking at the edges. With a guttural yell, he hurled it into the center of the advancing pinatas. The flames exploded outward, engulfing several of the creatures in an instant. Their jerky movements ceased as they crumbled to the ground, reduced to ash and smoldering scraps of paper.
The fire!
He shouted, his voice desperate.
Use the fire!
But his victory was short-lived. One of the pinatas appeared behind him, unnoticed in the chaos. He froze mid-turn, the tongs he was clutching clattering to the ground. The pinata wasted no time, striking him with brutal precision until his body spilled candy across the ground. Across the street, a nosy neighbor watched the chaos unfold from her living room window. She clutched the phone tightly, her voice shaking as she spoke to the emergency dispatcher.
There's something happening at the house across the street. I don't know how to explain it. These things, they're attacking everyone.
Her young daughter stood beside her, pressing her face to the glass.
What are they, Mommy?
She asked, her voice small and scared. The mother didn't answer. Her heart sank as she realized the pinatas had stopped their rampage in the garden. Every single one of them had turned to face her house.
Mommy?
The little girl whispered, tears forming in her eyes.
They can see us.
The pinatas began to trot towards their house. These were no ordinary party favors. Following the suburban tragedy, the SCP Foundation has identified these anomalous entities responsible as SCP-956. SCP-956 resembles a typical pinata, often taking the form of an unidentified quadruped. While its outer appearance mimics papier-mâché, analysis has revealed its composition includes glue, sugar, an unidentified type of fur, and human tissue. SCP-956 is notably resistant to bludgeoning damage, withstanding significant crushing force without harm. However, it is vulnerable to gunfire, heat, and flames, which have proven effective against it. SCP-956 remains passive under normal conditions, displaying no mobility, intelligence, or aggression. It activates when a human under 12 years old enters a 5-meter radius. Within 7 to 28 seconds of entering this range, the child becomes immobilized, frozen in their current stance. While unable to move or speak, their rapid eye movement suggests they remain fully aware. SCP-956 approaches the victim and bludgeons them until the torso ruptures, releasing a large pile of unmarked candy, designated SCP-956-1. The number of candies ranges from 23 to 1,323 pieces. SCP-956 repeats this process for all other immobilized victims before returning to its passive state. A victim can be removed from SCP-956's activation range if retrieved quickly. Once the victim is moved at least 12 meters away, SCP-956 reverts to its passive state. However, the victim remains permanently immobilized, showing no signs of recovery. Autopsies on immobilized victims reveal severe dehydration, causing their bodies to become brittle. Additionally, SCP-956-1 candy begins to grow from the victim's internal organs, integrating with the tissue. The amount of SCP-956-1 produced directly correlates with the duration the victim spent within SCP-956's activation radius. The effects of SCP-956-1 differ based on the consumer's age. Humans aged 12 or older experience seizures within 3 minutes of consumption, with a 5% risk of cardiac arrest. The survival rate for affected individuals is approximately 35%. Animals, regardless of age, exhibit similar effects after consuming SCP-956-1. Children under 12 experience a distinct reaction to SCP-956-1. Upon consumption, they enter a state similar to the immobilization caused by SCP-956, standing upright with their arms resting in front of them. The transformation occurs in 3 stages: rapid hair loss, the emergence of papier-mâché from their skin, and a full restructuring of their bones and muscles. This process takes approximately 9 minutes, culminating in the victim's complete transformation into a new instance of SCP-956. These new instances exhibit identical behavior to the original SCP-956. The process is invariably fatal, with a 0% survival rate. Though initially classified as safe, SCP-956 has since been reclassified as Euclid due to its autonomous behavior and significant threat to human life, particularly children.
It's late on a Saturday night in New York City, 11:55 p.m. to be exact. A man is running towards the subway station on 59th Street. He's just gotten off from work at the restaurant where he waits tables, and he's in a hurry to get home and spend some time with his girlfriend. As he approaches the station, he notices something strange. Someone has placed a wooden barrier in front of the entrance. The man has never seen something like this before, but he hasn't lived in Brooklyn very long. Everything about the station looks normal behind the barrier, and he's in a hurry. He doesn't want to have to go several blocks to the next station, so he hops the barrier. What's the worst that could happen? As the man walks onto the train platform, he starts to second-guess his decision. The platform is empty, and come to think of it, he hasn't seen anyone in the station at all. Maybe he did make a mistake. Maybe the station really is closed for repairs. He turns around to leave, but just as he does, he hears a train. Good. Everything is normal. He checks his watch. 11:57 p.m. on the dot. The train comes to a stop, and its doors slide open. It looks a little older than the trains he usually rides, but it appears to be in perfect shape, and it's going the direction of his home, so he steps on board. Just like the station and the platform, there's no one else on the train. Strange, but he's ridden nearly empty trains before, especially late at night, though usually at this time on a Saturday there's at least a few people on board. Just then, he hears something in the station. He turns to see someone running down the platform crying out. "Stop! Stop!" the man in the Mass Transit Authority vest cries, dropping what looks to be his dinner on the platform as he runs. While the MTA worker is still several feet away, the doors snap shut and the train begins to move. The MTA worker cries out again to stop, but he knows there's no point. He watches as the train heads down the tracks and disappears into the darkness. With a sigh, he takes out a walkie-talkie and it squawks to life. "We've lost another one," he says. "Hi, I'm Dr. Bob, and this is SCP-052, also known as the time-traveling train. SCP-052 appears to be a standard-looking Type R4 New York City subway train. Official city records state that the train was built in 1932 and decommissioned for scrap in 1975. Despite the fact that it should no longer exist, SCP-052 continues to appear on the Uptown AD track at the 59th Street and 8th Avenue station at exactly 11:57 p.m. every Saturday night. The train appears to be in perfect condition, just the same as when it was built over 80 years ago, and it is marked as an A train. Each Saturday, the train arrives at exactly the same time, opens its doors to accept or discharge passengers for precisely 5 minutes, then closes its doors and disappears until the next week. Where did the train come from? And where does it go in between the weekly appearances? These are questions the SCP Foundation is trying to answer. But perhaps the most frightening aspect of SCP-052 is that once you get on the train, there's no guarantee of ever getting off. Sadly, the majority of subjects that have been observed boarding SCP-052 have not been heard from again. The rare few that have been recovered claim to have boarded the train on various dates, ranging from 1976 all the way to the year 2204, with the latter claiming he thought he was boarding a special 300th anniversary train. Thus far, none of the recovered passengers have reported any memories or knowledge of their time on board the train between entering and exiting. Any passengers spotted disembarking from SCP-052 are to be immediately brought to Site 21 for questioning to determine their origin and assess whether they pose any threat to the current time stream. The Foundation has had great success administering Class A amnestics to passengers who arrived from the past and reintegrating them into society. But any passenger who is identified as being from the future must be held indefinitely to prevent potential disruptions to this reality's time stream, per Order 69-A1 from O5 Council Member 05-9. There are currently 26 recovered passengers being held at Site 21 who fit this description, and there are not yet any procedures in place that would allow for their safe release into modern society, nor has there been any workable theories for how to return them to their original home time. Despite the protocols in place to prevent public access, some passengers from the present have still managed to accidentally board SCP-052, and subjects from other times continue to appear. Following interviews, it's been discovered that some of these subjects arrived from alternate timelines and realities. This raises the question of whether it is possible for SCP-052 to appear in other times and places, which may require the containment of additional locations, and reports of any suspicious activity involving unscheduled trains are being monitored and investigated around the world. Following its initial discovery, several tests were attempted in order to better understand the anomalous train and what may be happening when it is no longer visible. The first test took place on May 31, 2009. An agent was told to simply board the train. They did as requested, and have yet to be recovered as of the present date. A second test took place a week later on June 6th. This agent too was never recovered, though reports indicate that he may have returned to our timeline in 1980, at which point he was killed in a confrontation that has since been classified. A third test was conducted the next week on June 13th. Once again, the agent was told to board the train and did so. This time, though, the agent returned. Just 2 weeks later, on June 27th, the agent stepped back off the train, with his hands appearing to have been surgically removed. A note had been placed in his pocket that had the simple message, "Send no more," written on it. The agent claims not to remember any of his experiences on the train over the 2 weeks he was gone, or what may have happened to his hands. Following this third test, O5 Command issued orders stopping the use of Foundation agents as passengers on SCP-052. D-Class, due to their disposable nature as convicted felons and death row inmates, were considered as potential replacements for the agents in the exploration of SCP-052, but the risk of releasing them into the past or the future was determined to be too great. Other than the agent who knowingly boarded the train, several other notable passengers have been recovered. One case involved the recovery of a woman who entered the train on July 14, 2012, but was recovered 4 years earlier on March 8, 2008. She entered the train while on her way home from the theater and was surprised to learn she traveled 4 years into the past. Because another version of her existed at the time she was recovered, she was held to prevent unwanted temporal effects. Another subject was recovered in 2008 who claimed to be from the year 1976. Although there was nothing physically wrong with him and no risk of time stream disruptions, Foundation psychiatrists recommended that he be held indefinitely, as 32 years was believed to be too long a period of time to successfully reintegrate into society. Perhaps the most interesting recovery was of a man claiming to be a Level 4 supervisor from the SCP Federation, who boarded the train in December of 2124. He said that he had been administered a Class A amnestic prior to boarding, and remembered nothing until his recovery in 2010. While the agent can clearly never be released into society, O5 Command has approved the sharing of classified information about various anomalies, in the hopes that he can provide additional information on possible containment procedures. Because SCP-052 has so far proven impossible to stop or remove from the New York City subway system, it has been classified as Euclid. But its predictable nature means that the Foundation is usually able to prevent the public from encountering it. The 59th Street ABCD station is closed to the public between 11 p.m. on Saturday night and 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, under the pretext of track maintenance. Any passengers seen leaving SCP-052 must be taken to Site 21 for debriefing and processing, and members of the public who simply see SCP-052 may be released after the administration of a Class B amnestic. As for what happens to most of the passengers who board SCP-052 and are never seen from again, we simply don't know.
A storm rages outside of the little old house, as inside, a little old woman bounces a little baby on her little old knee. The baby coos and laughs as the old woman makes funny faces and noises for the child, trying to keep it entertained as they wait for his parents to return from their much-needed night out by themselves. The old woman herself needs a rest now, though. She's forgotten how exhausting it can be to watch a child. Okay, that's enough. It's time for both of us to take a little nap before your parents get back. She gets up and takes the baby into a nearby room that looks as though it was a nursery at one time, but it hasn't been used for many years. As she goes to set the child into the crib, a strong gust of wind blows through the room. She places the baby down and rushes to the window and closes it shut. It must have been left cracked open by mistake. Brr, the room is cold from the wind, but she has just the thing to fix that. She moves to a small closet and opens the creaky door. The little old woman strains to reach up to the top shelf and feels around. Ah, there it is. She pulls down a baby blanket, a soft baby blue with colorful animals printed on it. It looks as though it's been up there for a long time, and she gives it a good shake before walking back to the crib. Look what we have here. It's your daddy's own blankie. She gives it another shake. There we go, good as new. She leans into the crib and wraps the small, helpless child in the blanket before giving him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Now you get some sleep. Your mommy and daddy will be back before you know it, and we want to show them what a good babysitter Grammy is, don't we? That way I get to see you all the time. The little old woman switches off the light and exits the room, leaving the door cracked just a few inches. She heads back to the couch and plops down on it. Almost as soon as she does, though, the baby starts crying. With a sigh, she gets back up and goes back to the nursery. What's the matter, little dear? She says as she turns the lights on. Oh no, she rushes to the crib. You've kicked your blanket off. You must be freezing. She grabs the blanket from the end of the crib and tucks it around the baby once again. There you go, that's better. The old woman leaves the room and quietly closes the door shut, leaving it open just a few inches. The moment she turns around to go back to the couch, though, the crying starts again. With a sigh, she opens the door and goes back into the room. Once again, the blanket is stuffed at the end of the crib where the baby has kicked it off. Fine, don't want a blanket? That's fine. She picks the baby up out of the crib and rocks him in her arms until it stops crying. She sets him back in the crib. There you go. No blankets, just please get some sleep. Grammy's tired. The old woman takes the blanket out of the crib and leaves the room. She closes the door most of the way and, incredibly, this time the child remains silent. The old woman resumes her place on the couch and starts to yawn. Just as she does, the wind outside picks up and howls loudly. The old woman shivers. She looks next to her and spots the baby blanket. She picks it up and examines the cute animal print, remembering when her own son was a baby wrapped in it. She smiles at the happy thought and throws the blanket around her shoulders. She leans back on the couch and finds that her eyes are growing very heavy. She'll rest them for just a moment. She won't fall asleep. She'll just rest. Mom, it's us. We're back. Thanks again for...
The couple both scream when they enter the house to find that the old woman is lying face down on the floor in a pool of blood. The source of the blood is obvious. Chunks of flesh from her shoulders and upper back have been torn out, leaving jagged holes, as if she were mauled by an animal. As the man runs to the old woman, trying to do anything he can to help her, the woman runs to the nursery to find that the baby is sleeping peacefully in his crib. The woman picks up the child, tears streaming down her cheeks, and returns to the living room to see her husband kneeling beside his dead mother. Both the husband and wife are so shocked by what they have found that neither notices the baby blanket lying on the couch, or that the cruel, blood-covered mouth on it is slowly fading from view until it disappears completely. There is little in life that is more comforting than a favorite blanket. Perhaps you've had the same one since you were a child, or you have a heavy one that you like to wrap yourself in when you're feeling down, or maybe it's just one that's especially fluffy and warm that you'd do anything to keep. Today's anomaly plays on those very feelings, using them against its victims to become one of the more insidious predatory anomalies in the SCP Foundation archives. This is SCP-799, also known as the Carnivorous Blanket. SCP-799 is a type of creature that can vary in shape, size, and appearance, but, as the name implies, always takes the form of a blanket of some kind. The exact material the anomaly is made out of is unknown, but it is a very soft fiber that in many ways resembles a high-quality merino wool blend, though one that retains heat even more effectively than its natural counterpart. SCP-799's weight can vary from between half a kilogram all the way to 6 kilograms, and while examples have been found in nearly every color imaginable, it seems predisposed towards pastels and will frequently have patterns featuring stylized, friendly depictions of various animals. Both the pastel colors and the childish patterns are especially common in instances of SCP-799 that weigh less than 2 kilograms and would colloquially be known as baby blankets. While SCP-799 is undoubtedly a living organism, there is some debate as to whether it is itself an animal or perhaps a type of fungal colony. Instances of 799 are incapable of locomotion, lying motionless for long periods of time, and require little in the way of nutrition. What small amount they do need, they appear to be able to gain almost entirely from the organic particles present in normal household dust, such as animal dander and dead human skin cells. The blanket feeds via a series of minute, filter-feeding mouth-like structures that are spread across the surface of the creature, which wait for nutrients to fall into them, not unlike a sponge on the ocean floor. Instances of SCP-799 can survive for quite a while in this state, and one specimen was noted as having lived for multiple years in a damp attic, subsisting entirely on the small organic particles that would drift down from the rafters above. Should an instance of SCP-799 be forced to go for long periods of time without a source of nutrition, though, like when, for example, it is placed inside of a sealed closet or drawer, it will begin to undergo certain physical changes, which result in it metamorphosing into its predatory form. These changes aren't noticeable from only casual observation and consist of the blanket converting its many filter-feeding mouths into a single, large one that is lined with multiple rows of extremely sharp teeth. The blanket creature also develops a new form of tissue inside its cloth-like structure, one that is similar to muscle and capable of contracting and squeezing. Once its metamorphosis is complete, the instance of SCP-799 will lie in wait for an unsuspecting creature to cover themselves with it or wrap it around their body. Once they do, the blanket will bide its time until they enter a state of rest, usually waiting for them to fall asleep entirely, at which point its feeding phase will begin. Once the creature has detected that its victim is dormant, it will use its newly formed muscle to latch onto them, holding them in place as it opens its tooth-lined maw. It will begin to bite at its confined prey, tearing off several kilograms of flesh, bone, and any other organic material it can, swallowing it, and converting it into a thin slurry that it spreads through its body almost immediately. This traumatic, violent process nearly always leads to the victim dying of blood loss. Within 10 minutes of the attack, the mouth on SCP-799 will have been completely reabsorbed, leaving no signs that it is anything other than a normal, everyday blanket, though one which now mysteriously weighs several kilograms more than it did before. By 40 minutes after the attack, the entire digestive system within SCP-799 will have demetamorphosed back into its original form, with a single digestive tract being changed once again to the many dispersed filter-feeding mouths. While SCP-799 is more than happy to feed on any warm-blooded animal, including humans, it shows no interest in cold-blooded ones or inanimate objects. It appears then that its senses may be limited to only touch and heat, using those as signs that it is now wrapped around a potential meal. Adding to the strangeness of SCP-799 is that it reproduces through budding, like flatworms and corals. When it has absorbed enough nutrients and sufficiently increased its mass, either very slowly through filter feeding or rapidly via its carnivorous phase, it will begin to take on a quilt-like appearance. Over several weeks, one of the quilt squares will puff up and slide off the blanket. This new, smaller instance will resemble a doily or a throw pillow, until it too begins to feed and grow. The new instance is a perfect clone of its parent, identical in every way, and it will eventually grow to a similar size and begin its own reproductive cycle. It is unknown exactly how long it takes SCP-799 to reach full maturity, but the current best guess is that when kept in its filter feeding phase, an instance will reproduce every 50 to 60 years. Instances of SCP-799 are quite prevalent across the planet, and the SCP Foundation currently has hundreds of examples in containment. Unfortunately, it is unknown just how many still exist in the wild, as it is very difficult to identify instances, with one of the only reliable means being through genetic testing. Should any instances be located, though, they are to be destroyed immediately, as the Foundation already has a large enough population in containment for research purposes, and they pose too much of a risk both in terms of harm and exposure to the general public. SCP-799 has been classified as Euclid, and each instance is kept in its own separate biocontainment cell at Biosite 66. Dust is regularly collected from the on-site D-Class personnel dorms and is sprinkled over the blankets regularly to keep them in their filter-feeding state, though only just enough to hopefully maintain their size and not allow them to reproduce. Should any small cloth objects appear in their containment lockers, it is to be removed immediately and contained separately. SCP-799 isn't the only predatory creature that resembles a cloth good in Foundation containment, and research into possible connections to SCP-1626, the oversized gray-hooded sweatshirt that sends penetrating fibers into anyone unlucky enough to put it on, is ongoing.
A perfect shot. The photographer holds up his camera, focusing on the deer. Then, the creature turns and stares down the photographer with the face of a human man. A long, elegant neck ending in a mutated abomination. The photographer drops the camera and runs away screaming. He won't be coming back to get it. He'd rather just buy a new one. A woman is walking her dog along the dirt road she's walked down every day for several years. It winds alongside a dense forest and past several large plots of land. Some are occupied by farms, some have been left abandoned. It's a pleasant walk, one she can always count on to be as quiet and peaceful as it is stimulating for her dog, with plenty to look at and smell. Occasionally, he gets distracted by a wild animal, but the odd squirrel or possum is nothing the dog hasn't seen before, and she can quickly get him back on the path with a whistle and a tug of his leash. As the two of them near a familiar bend toward the halfway point of the walk, she can't help but notice that something seems off about the dog's behavior today. His steps are anxious, and his hackles are up. He keeps sniffing the air, tugging at the leash, whining insistently, as if trying to tell her something. She soothes the dog, promising him that there's nothing over there. The area he keeps staring at, a low growl rumbling in his chest, is an abandoned farm. No one's been over there for years, but no matter what she does, he keeps staring at that abandoned farm in the distance. Suddenly, there's a rustling sound, some sort of unseen animal moving through the bushes toward the farm. The noise sets the dog off, and he jolts in its direction, yanking so hard and so abruptly on the leash that it flies out of his owner's hand. Free to pursue whatever had been aggravating him so much, the dog tears off toward the abandoned farm. The woman chases after him, desperate to catch her beloved pet before he gets himself attacked by a wild animal, or worse. She sprints after the dog for half a mile until they've passed the ruins of an old barn and reached a horse paddock that seems to be in surprisingly good condition. As the woman catches her breath, she spots a sign she'd never noticed before on the road. It reads, "The Miracle Farm." The paint is unchipped, vivid, even fresh. This doesn't look abandoned. Her dog barks sharply, and she follows the sound. There he is, crouched low to the ground, shaking and barking at a pair of horses. Wait. No, those aren't horses. They have the hooves, the haunches, the tails, but their upper bodies are all human torso, arms, head, and face. It shouldn't be possible, but her dog is barking at what appears to be a pair of centaurs. She grabs hold of his leash, urging him back from the strange beasts. As she backs away, she hears a sound behind her, like a person imitating the crow of a rooster. She spins around, and sees a wide-eyed man with a bright red wattle on his face, feathers jutting out of his neck. He crows again, then stoops to peck at the ground. Just behind the rooster man, she sees even more impossible human-animal hybrids. Rotund, pink-fleshed children with pig noses roll in a puddle of mud. A woman coiled up on a rock stares straight ahead, forked tongue flitting in and out of her mouth as she hisses. This place isn't abandoned after all. There is still a farm here, but it's no ordinary farm. The woman scoops her dog, her completely ordinary non-human dog, into her arms and sprints back toward the dirt road. She keeps going, running all the way home until she can get to a phone, and immediately calls the authorities. The first few people she speaks to laugh at her, accusing her of making a prank call, but one man takes her seriously and records her report. Then he passes it on to his friends at the SCP Foundation. They conduct a raid of the Miracle Farm and find that it is just as bizarre as the woman described. They uncover files in their office detailing that the property once belonged to Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited, before its ownership passed to a private company that specializes in the finest in custom-ordered pets, prey, and companions. Mobile Task Force Theta 2, Moreau's morgue, is deployed to the scene, where they bring all on-hand personnel, clients, and living specimens into custody. Personnel and clients are questioned, then given Class A amnestics and released. The specimens are contained for further study, and the facility is destroyed. But not before the MTF discovers a curious marble statue, acting as a fountainhead, providing all drinking water for the animal-human hybrids on site. The statue, depicting the Roman goddess Venus, allows water to flow out of its mouth when pumped in through the base. Somehow, water flowing through it is causing ordinary animals to transform into these bizarre creations. But how? The fountain is quickly removed from the area and brought to the Foundation for further study. And that is the story of how the SCP Foundation got its hands on SCP-1575. As is frequently the case at the SCP Foundation, the research team quickly began conducting controlled experiments using SCP-1575. They exposed a variety of animal test subjects to water that had passed through the fountainhead. I combed through the test logs I was able to access and have compiled some of the most relevant examples of the anomaly's effects on various subjects. I must warn you that some of the imagery contained within may be a bit disturbing, even by SCP Foundation standards. I admit that a few of them turned my significantly desensitized stomach, but still, they fascinate me, and like a train wreck in slow motion, I haven't been able to look away. Test 1575-2 was performed on a female Japanese field mouse, Apodemus argenteus, at the adolescent stage of development. After several weeks of exposure to SCP-1575-1, the mouse began to rapidly increase in size. Over the course of 12 days, the mouse grew to a height of 1.01 meters, a 500% increase in overall body size. As the mouse began to grow, her fur falling out and being replaced with smooth, human skin, her face warping into that of a young human woman, her appetite increased drastically. She was provided a standard field mouse diet of fruits, berries, and nuts, and consumed nearly 95% of her body weight at a given time in this provided food. By the 12th day of her mutation, the mouse's heart was unable to support her rapidly growing body, and it gave out. She died due to failure of her cardiovascular system, leaving behind an eerie half-mouse, half-human creature with a vestigial tail, partially transformed paws, and gray-tinged skin where her fur had once been. Test 1575-4's subject was a pre-adolescent male white-tailed deer, Otocoileus virginianus. The deer began to mutate fairly quickly following exposure to the water, and its initial steps were an alarming sight, to say the least. He began to suffer severe hemorrhaging in the pelvic area as his reproductive organs atrophied. By the end of the mutation cycle, they had disappeared entirely, leaving a smooth, fleshy surface behind. Several male researchers in attendance had to leave the room during the initial bleeding, and one asked to be referred to an on-site counselor regarding a persistent, recurring nightmare inspired by the mutation. The deer's arms and legs changed into human arms and legs, hooves into hands and feet. By the end of the process, which stabilized after 30 days, the deer had become an androgynous-looking Eastern Seaboard Native American person. The only remaining indicators that this had once been something other than human were a tail and antler nubs resembling those characteristic of yearling bucks. After testing the anomaly on prey animals, the researchers decided to explore its effects on a predator.
The subject of test 1575-6 was an adult female Bengal tiger, Panthera tigris tigris. Naturally, there were concerns about the safety of researchers given the subject's aggressive nature. To prevent any accidental injury or death, she was kept sedated for the duration of any hands-on examination. Unfortunately, the application of these sedatives had a negative impact on the tiger's health during the mutation process. After 4 days, before any dramatic visible transformation had even taken place, the tiger experienced failure of the heart, liver, and kidneys. Though this experiment was largely regarded as a failure, it provided the team with a vital piece of information. Sedatives should not be used on test subjects until they were further along in their transformation and at least 80% stabilized. After the tiger, the research team pivoted to the least threatening version of a similar animal, an adolescent female domestic cat, Felis catus. The transformation occurred without incident over the course of 30 days. It was described as unsettling to watch, especially coupled with the pained yowls of the subject, which slowly transformed into the screams of a young woman. But the subject survived the process. Her body stretched and contorted, claws turned to long, pointed fingernails, whiskers fell out, and fur was completely shed. By the time her transformation was complete, there was a young woman in the containment chamber, crawling around on all fours and batting at particles of dust. She retained her tail, the aforementioned pointed nails, and eyes with the same vertical slit pupils she had as a feline. She spoke several times, but only to request additional food. After testing on a cat, the next natural step was to test the anomaly on a dog. For test 1575-9, the subject was an adult female domestic canine, Canis lupus familiaris, of mixed breed. At this point in time, it was believed that the fountainhead had no anomalous effect on invertebrates. Unfortunately, this experiment proved otherwise. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The dog was exposed to the anomalous water, and dramatic signs of mutation soon began to show. First, the dog began shedding all of its fur. At this point, the researchers got an unfortunate look at something that had been hiding in the dog's coat, an infestation of fleas, which were beginning to transform as well. The fleas had quadrupled in size and were continuing to grow. Even more horrifying, their legs had changed into appendages resembling human fingers, and their features rearranged into a nightmarish facsimile of a human face, blood pouring from their open mouths. Unfortunately for the test subject and any researchers present, the fleas were not the only parasite that had infested this dog. On the 6th day of the experiment, the slowly mutating dog collapsed on her side, breathing heavily, exhibiting intense discomfort. Her abdomen began to distend, and nearby researchers could see something wriggling just beneath the skin. The motion became more violent, and the abdomen distended further and further, as if the dog was progressing through the stages of pregnancy at an advanced rate. One of the researchers made an anxious comment about being reminded of a particular scene from the movie Alien, and was admonished for it. But he was quickly proven right, because with a sudden burst, a tapeworm with the face of a man erupted through the skin, screaming at the top of its lungs, eyes rolling wildly in its sockets. One researcher vomited, another fainted. The experiment was swiftly aborted, and testing procedures were updated to include a specification that all subjects must be examined for parasites prior to any exposure to SCP-1575. None of the mutated creatures survived this test. The dog test was a colossal failure on many counts, but it inspired the research team to continue testing on non-mammals, not invertebrates, no one wanted to go down that road again, but other animals at least. For test 1575-12, the subject was a pre-adolescent female hyacinth macaw, Anodorhynchus hyacinthinus. The parrot swiftly began to change, and the sound of agonized caws filled the room, along with a sickening snapping sound. After a moment, the sound was identified as breaking bones. The rest of the bird's body, particularly the muscles and organs, were transforming at a faster pace than the skeleton. The body contorted painfully, and the wings began to split, forming into rudimentary fingers and hands. But the transformation never finished, never stabilized. After 20 days, the macaw was dead, and the cause of death was determined to be internal injuries due to these extensive bone fractures. The subject of test 1575-13 was an adult female leopard gecko, Eublepharis macularius. The transformation occurred at an accelerated rate, and within 1 week, the lizard had grown to a height of approximately 4 feet and displayed many human characteristics, including human legs and feet, a face, and a full head of hair. The hands remained unchanged, though they were larger, and the specimen was still capable of climbing up walls, much like an ordinary gecko. At the 10-day mark, the subject experienced catastrophic organ failure as a result of the mutation and expired. One more test on an invertebrate was conducted, this time deliberately. For test 1575-14, the subject was a female common green grasshopper, Homocestus viridulus. As the mutation began, the grasshopper began to shed its exoskeleton in a process best described as flesh forcing its way out of a casing, breaking the exoskeleton into pieces. What was left following this shedding process was a creature resembling the same grasshopper, but 3 times larger and covered in human skin. It continued to grow, but no further human features seemed to develop. After 15 days, it expired. An autopsy revealed the development of human organs inside, including a heart, lungs, kidneys, and liver. The cause of death could not be determined, but the transformation process is thought to have made the subject incompatible with life. The subject of test 1575-15 was an adult female grizzly bear, Ursus arctos horribilis. During the first 29 days of her mutation, the bear did not consume any food or drink aside from SCP-1575-1. Still, she did not appear to experience any hunger or discomfort aside from the pain of the transformation itself. Her body slowly shrank over the course of 30 days, her fur thinning until it left only the ordinary amount of body hair for an average human woman. Notably, the hair was the same color as the fur she had once had. She retained her bear paws, which appeared to be uncomfortably heavy at the ends of her new human arms. Throughout the transformation, stool samples taken from the subject showed excessive amounts of organic matter, such as blood and fatty deposits. After 32 days, the mutation was complete, and the former bear's condition was stable. She did not speak. Instead, she used her newly transformed mouth and voice to grunt and roar. It was much less intimidating coming out of her human mouth, but researchers noted that her paws and claws were still dangerous and should be avoided. The subject of test 1575-16 was an adolescent female Gravy's zebra, also imperial zebra, Equus grevii. Over the course of 27 days, the zebra's main body, hind legs, and most of her head mutated into a human, resembling the appearance of a person native to Africa. However, her front legs and jaw structure remained that of a zebra. The transformation stabilized, leaving her in this half-changed state. She was unable to move without pain, unable to eat, and exhibited extreme distress at her state of existence. When she attempted to walk, she would lose her balance and topple over, lying on the ground in agony. It is uncertain what caused the transformation to halt at such an incomplete stage, but the subject's quality of life had been all but destroyed. After a thorough physical examination, the half-transformed zebra specimen was euthanized as a humane measure. As disturbing as the results of the Foundation's tests using SCP-1575 were, they allowed for a more thorough understanding of the anomaly and how it operates. The statue, which was studied extensively, shows no anomalous properties on its own, nor do any samples taken of the marble throw up any red flags. It appeared to be a completely ordinary statue, except for the effect that it has on any water that flows through it. This water, or SCP-1575-1, begins to show its anomalous true colors when consumed by a non-human mammal. Non-human mammals who consume 0.5 or more liters of this water per day will begin to mutate over the course of a month. Perplexingly, impossibly, they will mutate into a human being. During the experiments, it was noted that the ethnicity of the resulting human seems to correspond with the humans native to the natural habitat of the pre-transformation mammal. A European deer displays Caucasian features, for example, while a North American deer resembles a Native American. Domestic dogs and cats have ethnically ambiguous features or appear mixed race, likely due to the mixed backgrounds of their species. Many of the survivors of this process develop vocal cords and are able to speak about their experiences, but their odds of surviving are not great. Female specimens have about a 25% fatality rate. Males have a staggering fatality rate of about 95%. There is a 40% chance that the transformed animal, regardless of sex, will keep at least one premutation feature. These include, but are not limited to, paws, tails, ears, and fur. Across the board, Those who survive the mutation process describe it as extremely painful. Though these transformed animals can communicate, they tend to display an intelligence level that aligns with their prior species. There are a few exceptions to this, as some subjects have displayed heightened problem-solving skills, but it is uncertain what exactly caused this shift. Proposed causes include neural restructuring during mutation or an unintended byproduct of the Foundation testing itself. These transformed instances do not magically become human in behavior, personality, or habits. They retain their animal instincts, memories, and sense of self, give or take some added depression or anxiety brought on by the traumatic and drastic changes they've endured. Humans exposed to this anomalous water do not seem to change at all, which makes a degree of sense. If the water serves to transform mammals into human beings, then a human drinking it has nothing for the water to change. Still, I wouldn't suggest drinking it. Tap water may not taste great, but it's far less likely to mutate you. SCP-1575 is currently held in a 6 meter by 6 meter by 4 meter containment chamber at Biosite 23, with direct access to Research Laboratory 3 at the same site. Unless it is actively in use for an approved test, no water may be allowed into SCP-1575's containment. After testing has concluded, all water used during the test is to be held in quarantine and may only be used for further tests. At the time of my reading, I discovered one addendum added to the file for SCP-1575 by a doctor assigned to the anomaly. It reads, "Following the incident on the 12th of this month, during test 1575-9, any animal to be used in testing with SCP-1575 is to be thoroughly examined for both external and internal parasites." Our initial beliefs that SCP-1575-1 only affected the primary host has proven wrong. It apparently retains its mutagenic properties, even when ingested secondarily through the host's lower GI tract or bloodstream. We absolutely do not need another instance of half-mutated flea creatures, and the psychologist is having a hard time helping Janet with her nightmares of a 7-foot-long tapeworm with a screaming face tearing out of the belly of a dog. I fear that Janet and I may have those nightmares in common. This imagery will stay with me for quite some time. When it comes to drinking water from mysterious fountains, proceed with caution, my friends. Sure, this particular fountainhead may not trigger mutation in humans, but that doesn't mean it's the only one of its kind out there. Drink from the wrong water spout, and you may find yourself changed, and no one, including me, can predict what you might become.
You're on your way home from work after having just finished working a double shift. It's late, and the interstate is completely abandoned. No cars visible either in front or behind you. It's only about a 20-minute drive, but you know you're going to struggle to stay awake, even in this old beater that shakes and rattles as it travels down the long, straight road. The rattling causes a piece of tape to fall off of the gauge cluster, revealing a lit check engine light beneath. You grab the tape and put it back over the light, covering it once again. There, good as new. You turn on the radio, and it comes to life for just a moment before dying. You slap the radio and it blinks to life for just a second before dying again. You're about to slap it again when you notice lights in your rearview mirror. And more than just a pair of headlights. It's a whole wall of lights. They're getting closer, and quickly too. Before you know it, they look like they're barreling down on you. But then they suddenly go black, blinking out of existence. Did that trucker just turn off his lights? You think. You have no time to dwell on the thought, because the sound of an explosion suddenly causes you to scream in fright. It sounds like lightning has struck just inches from your car. The inside of your car suddenly lights up with fire and smoke. Has your engine exploded? What's going on? No, it's not coming from you, it's coming from next to you. You don't know where it appeared from, but next to your car is now a massive semi. At least, you think it was a semi. The smoke is so thick it makes you cough, and you quickly can't see. You lose control of the car and slam on the brakes, but you can feel yourself going off the road. As the smoke finally clears up inside of your car, you can see the moon. It's at this moment that you realize you're no longer right side up as the car flips and tumbles through the air. You open your eyes to find that you're still buckled into your seat. You release the seatbelt and drop to the roof of the car. You crawl out to find that your car slid to a stop upside down, several meters from the road. You look around, and far off in the distance, you can see it. The semi that ran you off the road, driving at an almost impossible rate of speed off into the night. You look back at your car, which is completely totaled, and wonder what you're going to do now. It's late the next morning when you finally get back home. The police did not seem to believe your story about the magically appearing semi-truck causing your single-car accident, but they did at least give you a ride back home after administering a sobriety test. You enter your small studio apartment and look around at the sparsely decorated room, wondering how you're going to pay rent next month if you can't get to your job. You go to the fridge and open the door, but there's nothing inside except for a carton of milk that's well past its expiration date. You open it and take a whiff, but this is too far gone even for your state of desperation. You close the fridge and lean on the door, trying to figure out what you're going to do. You're so deep in thought that you barely notice the mail being pushed through the slot in your door. You decide to go pick it up, even though you know it will only be bad news. And you were right. Bills, bills, and more bills. First, second, and final notices. You wonder if you've ever had a piece of good news show up through that slot in your door. What's this, though? The last piece of mail is a battered and folded envelope that looks like it's been used and repurposed many times. It feels thick and heavy, but there's no information on it at all. It's completely blank. You open the envelope, and your eyes light up. Inside is money. It's a stack of crinkled old bills, different denominations, all in a random order, but there's a lot of them. There must be over $1,000 here. And there's something else, too. A note. You unfold the creased and dirty piece of paper to see a simple message that looks like it was hastily written in black crayon. All the note says is, "Sorry about last night. Hope this helps, compadre." You flip the note over and look in the envelope again, but there's nothing else other than the wad of cash. The apology note may have been unsigned, but you weren't the first to receive something like it, and you would be far from the last. The SCP Foundation, though, knows exactly who sent it. This was a message from SCP-3899, also known as the Night Hauler. SCP-3899 is a black Peterbilt 379 semi-trailer truck with an attached trailer, but as you no doubt have determined, this is no ordinary truck. SCP-3899 has the anomalous effect of appearing seemingly at random upon stretches of highway within the continental United States, and usually at a considerable distance away from any other motorists. The truck will manifest already in motion, traveling within roughly 3 kilometers per hour of the posted speed limit, but it will not stay at this speed. Once SCP-3899 has appeared, it will almost immediately begin accelerating, and the speeds it can reach are truly staggering. Despite appearing to be a normal truck, SCP-3899 is able to reach impossibly fast speeds, and it's been observed traveling at over 420 kilometers per hour, or 267 miles per hour. As SCP-3899 flies down the road, it will attempt to avoid other vehicles and roadside objects, and has even been shown the ability to displace itself across short distances, which it seems to mostly do in order to avoid collisions with vehicles. SCP-3899 will disappear and then immediately appear somewhere else, though always within 300 meters of its last location. This reappearance will be accompanied by a thick cloud of dense, black smoke that lab tests have revealed to consist of a mixture of diesel fuel combustion byproducts, volcanic ash, and trace amounts of unidentified human blood. The anomalous truck will only appear at night and will demanifest completely once it encounters direct sunlight, or if it causes an automotive accident, which it has done plenty of times. In one particular incident, undercover SCP Foundation agents working within the Virginia State Department of Transportation became aware of reports of a large black truck appearing on a particular stretch of interstate that had caused multiple accidents. They were able to track down and locate one of the victims of these incidents, a woman named Martha Lewis, who they soon brought in for questioning under the guise of it being a police investigation. The agents questioned Martha on her experience, and she explained her own interaction with the black semi. She said, "It's all still clear in my head. I'm driving down I-64 on my way home and the sun had just gone down. There's no other cars and I'm about to take my exit when out of nowhere this huge truck just appears right next to me. There was a bunch of smoke, like it was on fire or something, and the sound was like a bolt of lightning had just struck right next to me. It all happened so fast. All the smoke clouded my windshield, and before I could really process what was happening, I was plowing right through a concrete divider and into some trees. I think I passed out. When I came to, there were paramedics and cops. They took me to the hospital." The agents asked if anything happened after that, and she said there was one other odd thing. When she left the hospital and went home, there was a letter waiting for her, but it didn't have a return address. Inside was a large amount of U.S. currency in a random assortment of denominations, with many of the bills appearing wrinkled and worn. There was a note in the envelope, too, which read, "I'm sorry, didn't mean no harm. For the damages, get y'all a new rig and drive on." Later Foundation analysis of the document revealed that the note was written with a piece of charcoal on non-anomalous notebook paper. Now you're probably asking yourself the same question that the SCP researchers had. Just who is the driver of SCP-3899 that apparently wrote this odd note and also paid for the damages they caused? The operator of the truck, which has been designated as SCP-3899-1, is a very mysterious figure. Observers who have been able to get a brief glimpse inside of the truck as it moves past them at a rapid speed have described the driver as looking only like a silhouette of a slightly overweight male wearing the type of headwear that is typically referred to as a trucker hat. Some reports have also alluded to the presence of what appears to be smoky, tentacle-like appendages within the cab, though all further efforts to determine the exact physical characteristics of 3899-1 have failed, as the truck has proved resistant to any kind of outside scanning equipment. Most of what is known about the driver has come in the form of direct communication, though not in the form of interviews or any other sort of face-to-face interaction. No, while SCP-3899-1 has never been willing to stop and have a discussion with Foundation agents, it does seem more than willing to speak with anyone and everyone in its immediate vicinity over Citizens Band, or CB radio, which is a type of shortwave person-to-person communication system that is popular with many long-haul truckers. In one particular instance, an SCP Foundation helicopter happened to be traveling above a stretch of road where SCP-3899 appeared. An agent within the helicopter began communicating with the anomalous trucker, first asking for their call sign, to which SCP-3899-1 replied,
"I'm the Night Hauler and I'm coming in hot. I know y'all can feel this speed."
After adjusting their volume to compensate for 3899-1's loud response, the agent asked if the entity could explain where they came from. 3899-1 answered with,
"I roll with the wind. My wheels sing sweet love to the blacktop. I'm filling y'all's veins with road salt and exhaust and the smell of burning rubber. Ain't no bother where I'm from. We all gotta live for the ride and die for nothing."
"I see," the agent responded before asking, "Are you hauling anything in particular?" SCP-3899-1 came back with,
"Ain't you listening, girl? You seeing this? What I got is pure rattling salvation. 18 wheels at a time. When y'all's roads is choked, when the ways is blocked and y'all's speed is all dead and gone, I'm dropping this load and we'll all be drinking gas and breathing smoke."
The agent didn't understand, though, and asked again who they were and what they wanted. 3899-1 replied,
"This is for the souls of the road, for the long nights and dead engines, and everyone trying to put that horizon under their wheels. I am the roar of hot iron. I am screaming freedom. I am the death of all barriers. This rig ain't got no quit, honey. I do not stop. Can you feel the rumble? Can you see the fire and smell the burn? I know you can. I can taste your heart, and I know you want to fly apart with me."
When the agent began to answer in the affirmative that they could indeed, quote, feel the rumble, seemingly caught up in the excitement of SCP-3899-1's proclamation, the investigation was quickly halted and the helicopter broke off from its pursuit. Following this incident, the potential mimetic influence of communicating with 3899-1 is under investigation. SCP-3899, being currently uncontainable by any conventional means, has been classified as Keter. Upon reports of it manifesting, all CB radio transmissions emanating from the truck are monitored by nearby Foundation listening posts for attempted contact by SCP-3899 to civilian recipients. Any individuals who are contacted are to be administered Class B amnestics, as are any eyewitnesses of the truck itself. All information about SCP-3899 is to be suppressed, and a disinformation campaign is active to make all reports of a mysterious truck that can appear out of nowhere and move at impossible speeds seem like nothing more than an urban legend. Just what is SCP-3899? Is the driver some sort of anomalous ghost, or perhaps an old eldritch god, a manifestation of freedom and perpetual motion given physical form as a diesel-powered behemoth on the highway? Perhaps the answer to that question is up to you.
It's late at night, and you're driving down a desolate stretch of highway somewhere in New Mexico. There's nothing out here except for you, your car, and the road. What you don't know is that you're about to encounter something. Something terrifying. There's no moon, and the sky is pitch black. Your own car is barely lighting up the dark road ahead of you.
Just then, you spot something in your rearview mirror. It's a pair of headlights. There's nothing too strange about them, except that they are especially bright. Your eyes are so adjusted to the darkness that you have to look away. When you glance in the mirror again, you see that they're closer. Much closer. They must be going awfully fast. You don't know why, but something about the car behind you makes you feel uneasy. There's something off. You speed up a little. Maybe you can keep some distance from them. But the lights keep getting closer. So you speed up a little more. Still, they gain on you, growing bigger and bigger in your rearview mirror. You're getting nervous. They look like they are barreling right towards you. You floor it. The lights are able to keep up easily, though, and now they're right on your tail. No matter how fast you go, they stay right behind you. The lights are so bright and close that they're almost blinding. You're in a full-blown panic. What is going on? Now the lights are swerving back and forth behind you. What do they want? You take a sharp turn without indicating, but they follow you without difficulty. You keep your foot smashed down on the accelerator. Your engine is screaming, but they just get closer and closer. They're right on your bumper. The bright white lights burn your eyes so bad that you swat at the rearview mirror to point it down. You look up just in time to see the deer standing in the middle of the road. You slam on your brakes as hard as you can. Your tires squeal loudly in the night, and you brace yourself to both hit the deer and get rear-ended from behind. You stop inches from the deer as something incredible happens. The two headlights seem to split, passing by you on either side of your car. You and the deer lock eyes for a split second as if you're both thinking, "What was that?" before the deer hops away into the night. You don't know what's happening, but you're not going to wait around to find out. You throw the car in reverse and hit the gas before whipping it around 180 degrees. You can't remember how far the last town was, but there's no chance you're going in the direction of those lights. You drive as fast as you can, checking your mirror constantly to see if anything is behind you. Nothing. Just darkness. Maybe you're finally safe. No, they're right in front of you. The lights somehow appear out of nowhere right in front of your car. You turn the wheel hard to avoid a head-on collision and you go flying off the road, smashing your head against the window as the car goes flipping and rolling and tumbling. The car comes to a stop 100 feet off the road, upside down, with a lone blinking turn signal dimly lighting up the surrounding field. A single headlight approaches the car, but it's not moving like a vehicle. It's moving like an animal. You're concussed from the accident, and your vision is starting to fade. The last thing you see is a second light approaching. The next morning, the local sheriff is investigating the scene of a single car accident. Curiously, there's no body, just a few scraps of clothing and a pair of tennis shoes sitting neatly in the upside-down roof of the car. Strangest, though, are the childlike handprints all over the dirty car door. The sheriff doesn't know what to think. What the sheriff doesn't know is that he has just come upon the aftermath of an SCP-745 attack, a strange and mysterious creature known as the Headlights. SCP-745 is the classification the SCP Foundation has given to a bipedal, nocturnal predator whose hunting grounds are an abandoned stretch of highway in northern New Mexico. SCP-745's most distinctive feature by far is its head, the top of which is a bloated sack of translucent skin. There are no visible sensory organs present on the head, nor does it appear to have a solid skull, and the creature's brain can be directly seen through the semi-transparent skin, which is covered in a web of bioluminescent organs. These organs are capable of producing a steady output of light that's been measured between 1400 to 3200 lumens, which is the equivalent of bright xenon gas headlights. The entity has been observed to have the ability to change the color of this light, as well as flash it in specific patterns. It is theorized that it engages in this behavior as a way to defend itself, and potentially may also use it as a way to communicate with other members of its species. The rest of SCP-745's body is covered in skin that is a deep, dark, black color that almost seems to absorb light. This quality, when paired with their blindingly bright head protrusion, gives the appearance of a floating point of light in the darkness. Because SCP-745 entities hunt almost exclusively in pairs, with their preferred hunting grounds being remote sections of highway, they are easily mistaken for oncoming or approaching headlights. Two SCP-745 entities are able to move together in perfect synchronicity, running in tandem at speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour. Together, they will target lone vehicles that they spot on the highway and will begin to chase or run straight towards them, giving the unlucky driver the impression that a fast-moving car is rapidly approaching them. After they near the targeted car, they will attempt to stop it by any means necessary, whether by simply forcing the driver to pull over out of fear or by running them off the road completely. Once their prey has stopped, crashed, or become otherwise incapacitated, the pair will stop moving together and approach the car separately to directly assault and then consume the vehicle's occupants. Next to no remains are left following an attack, save for a few scraps of clothing in the victim's shoes. Other than the damage sustained during the accident, there is never any other sign of struggle or forced entry, with the only other evidence left at the scene being the childlike handprints from SCP-745's small front paws. Strangely, analysis of SCP-745's genetic structure has revealed that unlike humans, they are not a carbon-based life form, meaning it is unlikely then that they are able to derive any nutrition from the consuming of human flesh. It is theorized then that they may be hunting solely for sport or some other form of perverse enjoyment. This question remains unanswered, as currently there are no recorded observations of SCP-745 feeding in the wild, as successful attacks have never left any witnesses, and specimens captured by the SCP Foundation refuse to eat at all. No lairs, nests, or other refuge of SCP-745 has ever been found, nor has the Foundation located any breeding grounds or young examples of the entity. It's unknown how or if they reproduce, or when they may have first appeared. What is known is that they had established a wide hunting territory across the American Southwest until Foundation teams began a program to thin their numbers in the 1960s. The effort appears to have been successful so far, and all recent sightings of SCP-745 have been limited to a specific stretch of highway in northern New Mexico. SCP-745 has been classified as Euclid, and in order to limit potential exposure to civilians, the Foundation has purchased the land surrounding the highway, with traffic being redirected to other roads. Foundation security teams disguised as highway patrol officers are to remove any trespassers or lost travelers who accidentally find themselves on the dangerous stretch of highway. The security teams are also tasked with attempting to capture any instances of SCP-745 that they can, and any recovered creatures, live or dead, are to be loaded into Class 3 BCU storage containers and transferred to Site-17 for further study. Containment procedures that are able to preserve living specimens are still being researched, and currently, no examples of SCP-745 have survived for more than a week in captivity. However, seeing as there have been no new sightings of SCP-745 outside of the isolated and monitored stretch of highway, and all reports of phantom lights elsewhere in the country have not pointed to evidence of additional SCP-745 outbreaks, they are considered to be effectively contained. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, and make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single anomaly as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives.